No breath, no heartbeat, just static remains. Hollow reflections, ghosts in the cold. So come burn down my escape. I wanna feel it, come drag me into the void. Let my circuits decay. I'm sorry, but it's too late. You never
Alrighty, welcome to the show. Let me get my music rolling here. Oh, just before going live, my my SimHub software, or sorry, my SimPro software is not turning on, which could be detrimental to turning up the force feedback right now. One thing I will say is SimPro 3 is definitely still in like what I would call beta stages. It is still problematic. All right, it's opening. We got it. I was a little worried it wasn't going to open there. All right, folks. What's going on? Happy Wednesday. We're doing something a little different today. We're going to play some PMR. That's not really any different. We're going to do some open lobbies for all you guys out there that do want to play. Feel free to jump on in. But the part that's going to be different is I'm turning the wheel all the way up to 28 Newton meters, and I'm going to see how long I can last. We're going max force feedback. So whatever the game can offer, whatever the wheelbase can offer, I'm cranking it all the way up, and I'm trying basically to survive. I'm going to fail this test miserably, and it's going to be for entertainment purposes, so let's have a good time. Let's see. Get it on screen so you can see what I'm actually doing here. All right, as you can see right now, it's at 18.2 Newton meters, which is pretty much where I keep it. We're gonna commit to suffering today. 28 maximum. Gonna be a short stream. Well, I mean, the good thing is I can always turn it down. But yes, let's fire up the old PMR. And we're going to crank it up in that too. And by that, I mean, we're going to leave the cars at a 1.0. You can double the force feedback in the cars individually, although I don't think that's by design in terms of way they're... I think that's more of like supplementing like the G923 related things. So, this could be miserable. In fact, I'm pretty confident it's going to be miserable. What's going on, Ro? What's going on, Jess? What's going on, Keen? What's going on, Eagles? Yeah, this is going to be an entertaining one. Like I said, I'm going to open it up to lobbies, but just know that wherever my skill level is in this game, however you might define that, lower it. Because I'm going to be trying to survive my wheelbase. Also, fun fact, that's my latest, I want to say skin so bad. Livery. What's his name? Italian kid has been making all the liveries for. It does a pretty good job. We've intentionally kept mine very basic. I don't want flashy shit. I want stuff to be a lot like my actual image logo, which is, let's see where I can find a picture here. Obviously, you guys know this logo. Pretty bland and basic. This is my business one. Pretty bland and basic, but you're starting to see my color palette. And then, where is... There's one of my bikes. Are you starting to see the color palette resemblance here? Anyway, you get the idea. Yeah, Slick, I saw yours. Yours looks pretty good. Do I have permission to show yours on stream, by the way? Because he has shown me yours, too. Although yours is, gonna upset some people by, branding the Mercedes a certain nationality. Let me pull it up here. Oh, I already have it. What an idiot. What an idiot. No, I know. It doesn't matter. I'm just joking when I say it's going to offend people. But you know it's going to offend some people. You know how sensitive everybody is in this friggin' sim racing industry. All right, this is Oil Slicks right here. Nice branded America right over the hood and the roof. I like it, though. It's got his Torque Racing, his league. Looks good. I like it. Gonna make you a Cadillac one too? Yeah, I have that. That's next on my agenda. You know what? Believe it or not, the sole reason I'm picking the Cadillac as my LMDH, even though currently I think it's, I don't want to say, they're all pretty good, but they're all pretty bad at the same time, depending on how you want to look at it. I think they'll, if you had to pick a meta in LMDH, and by meta I mean essentially just the most welcoming, easiest cars to drive, would be the Lambo and the BMW. I still like the Cadillac the best, so purely based off sound. Yeah. Well, look on the bright side too. People get to pretend to be you and make funny videos. Like right now, this isn't in Mod Hub. This car right now that you see here is not in Mod Hub. So if you're playing with me today, you will see the default, I believe, the orange and black livery. This is just, I put it in the mod in my computer. Haribo is my second favorite one. Not because I think it's badass, just because my whole like thought process on let me turn this music down just a bit here. My whole thought process on like liveries for like even like motorcycles or whatever is the faster the vehicle is, the more ridiculous the livery has to be. So, like, one of the fastest land speed, like, motorcycles that's still a motorcycle and not turned into some, like, random land speed vehicle, is a Turbo Hayabusa, and it's pink. It's, like, hot pink, and it's fast as fuck. So, like, silly names, like my Busa. I call my Busa Biscuit. There's nothing intimidating about the word biscuit. But that's what I call it. It started off as Megatron, and then I realized that was way too, like, too masculine. Like, all right, what am I doing with this thing? So then I nicknamed it to Tron. And then I'm like, this just ain't working for me. So I had to go straight to the silly market. And I like it now. All right, let's start on the old Sebring. Let's really stress the every part of my body. Get some quality going there to get some, well, I say to get some people in. Hopefully soon that works that way. I was confused by AMS2 the other day when people were joining the lobby while I was, in qualifying. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot. That's a feature. Yeah, that'll be real nice when that's added. Like, real nice. I've been playing this game so much that I forgot that that's like a standard feature in other sims. So, oh yeah, so we gotta turn this down. Keep these lobbies stable. So, fun fact out there, at least in my end, I have found no server stability issues based off range of people you're playing with. I play with a boatload of Aussie and New Zealand people. Furry is commonly in my lobby. He's from New Zealand. We have great races outside of the fact that we can ghost through each other because of ping, but he's not bouncing around on track. There's no server weirdness going on. Everything's pretty solid. What I have directly noted server stability to is player count. We'll turn damage off. But yeah, player count seems to be the big culprit of this game in terms of its online stability. So I found keeping players to 8 to 10 people. Yeah, it sucks because not a lot of people are going to get to play. But such is life, you know? If that's what we have to do in the temporary to make at least the people playing the game. On the bright side, though, it allows more lobbies to be populated. Oi, look at that. Appreciate that, Jester. Yeah, it sucks because I had to make the vet one first because I do like the vet better as a car. But unfortunately, I don't know what it is about when the 1.7 update, but the GT3s did change again. And I think the vet became a little too slidey for my own liking, at least in default trim. Yeah, the gray one needs to get finished, Jester. I noticed the entire back of the car is just gray. So, like, the rear bumper valence, the windshield, everything is gray. So, I need to have them fix that and then re-upload it to ModHub. The Mercedes is pretty much a done deal, though. I'm pretty happy with that one. I had them add a little bit more accenting here and there. Yeah, I hear you, Slick. I hear you. My problem is that I want to sim race because I do think it's fun, but every other sim just does not drive well compared to this, in my opinion. Like, I was going to do LMU today for my daytime stream, and then I woke up today and I was like, no, I just do not want to play LMU. That's the bet. Take a break, Jester. Honestly, you need it. You absolutely need it. I need a break too, but I think you need the break a little bit more because you're definitely streaming it more. And you're streaming, even in general, you're streaming more. But I think you're on the right track by playing a game that has nothing to do with racing. Because, like, Resident Evil for me was such an incredible palate cleanse, it's not even funny. Like, that Crimson Desert game's coming out this weekend, in all honesty. I need it. I have no idea what it's about. I've heard it's like a like an Elder Scrolls type game, which if that's the case, I'm in. Third person Elder Scrolls. What's going on, Lincoln? All right, I'll get this. Guess I'll get this. Oh, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get 8. I can just count at the bottom. That will get us readied up. Crimson Desert's going to be awesome. Yeah. It looks really good. Yeah. I've been wanting to play. I played Cyberpunk on release when it was a miserable nightmare, but I had on computer, so I was at least able to like kind of get through it. And then I've been wanting to play it since 2.0 came out, and I Haven't found the time. Because I know a game like that, when I get pulled into it, and that's what I'm worried about with like Crimson Desert, it's why I won't play Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders is a game that you have to invest a boatload of friggin' time into, and you kind of have to make it sort of like your main game. Whereas like Resident Evil, you can throw 15 hours of your life away and then not play it again for years and be fine. Arc Raiders is going to be like a full-time job if you really, really, really want to get into it. And my worry about a game with like Arc Raiders is 10 years down the road. Like 10 years down the road, Cyberpunk's still going to be Cyberpunk. Do you know how often I battle with myself about booting up Witcher 3? Because I love Witcher 3. And I'm like, I could, if I booted up Witcher 3, there goes my life for at least another 100 hours of gameplay. And Cyberpunk's going to be the exact same way. Arc Raiders, while it's right now, it's a good game, and it's super popular, in 10 years, is anybody going to be playing it? That's where I always worry about investing time into games, you know? Which, again, you can make the argument about PMR. It's a massive gamble. Do I really want to put all this time into a game that in a year could be completely dead and like it never existed? There's a gamble there. But at the same time, I'm having too much fun with it where it's like, you know what? I want to live a little bit more in the moment, too. And if this game is dead in a year, I hope that's not the case. I hope that in a year from now, this game is on the constant support, everybody loves it, sim racing bandwagon. But it might not be. We don't know. First real experience with Extraction, yeah. It's definitely a different experience, and I do like the Arc Raiders, like what it is in terms of the theme. It's got a mix of like Fallout, a mix of what's the PC only shooter, survival extraction shooter that I'm thinking of right now. That's more of a purist game. Oh, come on, what's it called? It's a die-hard extraction shooter. It's not like a high-paced shooter at all. What the hell is it called? I'm pissed that I can't remember what it's called. Not Division. It's even slower paced than Division. Tarkov. Thank you. Tarkov. Escape from Tarkov. It's got a little bit of that vibe, a little bit of Fallout. I like the vibe of Arc Raiders, but I know that type of game, and I know that if I get pulled into it, I'm not going to be able to stop playing it and deviate away from it. So, which is why I just don't want to play it, you know? I know that I can't put the time in that game is going to crave of me, or I'm going to crave of it, whichever. Sim racing's a little easier in that aspect, whereas like the most punishing thing about sim racing if you don't do it is you just don't get better. People surpass you, which is at the same time, though, is fine. Who cares? You know, the best thing you can do when it comes to racing in general is race yourself. Practice on racing against yourself, and you go as fast as you go. Like I constantly talk about Eagles, the modder. A month ago, I could pretty much, at my skill level, beat him on just about every track. Now he kicks my ass on every track. The only track I can beat him still on is Nords, but I feel like once he spends the time on Nords, he's eventually going to beat me there too. But that's a practice thing. He races himself. He goes up against the AI and he just practices. And that's all he does. Also, as much shit as we want to give the AI in this game, when I played AMS2 the other night with AI backfill and multiplayer, God, the AI in this game is refreshing by comparison. LMDH still is bad in this, like the AI, but all the other classes, I'm good. Like honestly, like this game where it needs its work, I'm okay if they don't touch AI for a while. But that's only because I'm comparing it to the other Sims, where, believe it or not, this is on the upper end of like better AI in terms of sim racing. LMU, you set the AI to 100%, they kill you. All they do is kill you. They drive you off the track. They smash you. It's insane. But LMU, luckily, can get away with it because they don't have any kind of single-player marketing. They just primarily focused on the internet. Took off work for the 25th. I pray they don't delay for that reason alone. I don't think they will. They seem like they're pretty confident on that date. So the only thing I can see causing a delay for the 25th is console-related testing on the Giant side of things. Because from my understanding, with the biggest thing that causes patch delays, like if it was PC only, we probably would have already had 2.0. But because consoles, it's a much longer, tedious process to get a patch released. They have to wait a little while longer to make sure things are a little bit more squared away, which I'm okay with, honestly. Outside of the, like, connectivity problems with this game with big lobbies, I'm pretty content with the way this game is at the moment. I'm content with the content. The only things I'm not content with are the lobby instabilities and the in general player base. But I feel like one hand washes the other there. When the stability for lobbies is here, or anything for that matter, people will just naturally slowly pick it up. I think 2.0 will be a nice bump in terms of players, getting people to back into the game. But at the end of the day, there's not going to be like a light switch that gets people playing the game. It's going to be a slow process of people just joining the game again, you know? But with unstable lobbies, we're going to grow no matter how good the experience of driving gets. Because that's like, you know, death by 1,000 cuts, I guess you could say, with the lobbies. I clocked a 727 on the LMDH Caddy today, then died going 5 seconds faster. Yeah. Oh, I assume you're referring to the 24-hour Jester. That would make sense. And yes, Crimson, I'm just catching up on some comments in my ramblings here. Cyberpunk 2.0 is perfection. I've booted up the beginning intro again where you kind of pick your character, and then I stopped there. But so far to that point, it was pretty phenomenal by comparison to how it was originally. Same with Witcher, yup. And Bathurst. No, here's the thing, Eagles. Once you figure out Bathurst, that is almost like a light switch. You'll still be able to get faster and faster and faster. But like I figured it out in Gran Turismo 7. And when it like sort of clicked, it was just kind of like, it's really just about the flow. Especially going down the mountain. And then once you figure out the down the mountain flow, I don't want to say it's easy, because it's not by any means an easy track. It's a very hard track. But it almost gets easy, to where now it's just like any other track where you slowly chip away at getting a little faster here and there. But throwing yourself into Bathurst is a very, very, very hard track to figure out. You just bounce off walls. And then that's what makes the online lobby stuff so difficult at times. Oh, shoot, I didn't... Oh, well, I guess I get to break myself in. I didn't turn up the car's force feedback. So we're not fully at 28, but oh boy, I already feel it. Already feel it. I'll try and read some comments here while I race. Like I said, I'm not focused on going fast. I'm focusing on surviving here. And if I hit anybody, I'm going to do my best to not hit anybody. But if I do, I apologize in advance. All right, this is something. I feel it. It's definitely too hard for normal usage, but that's fine. It's only going to get a lot worse when I turn the car all the way up. I have no doubt we'll get the full season pass, Jester. I have no doubt we're going to get what they said. It's just really just comes down to a question of if we get any support past that. Oh, shit. Looking at track. Or track. Chat. Not looking at the track. As far as the FPS goes, I'm on a 5090 and a 9800 X3D. But believe it or not, though, it would lock out at 144 completely. In fact, I would actually get closer to 180 even online. But I'm streaming with the same computer, and streaming eats up a good amount of frames. Oh, and this is maxed out, by the way, graphic-wise. I can turn on frame gen, but I don't have that on at the moment. So this is tolerable. It's not anything I would recommend having this level of force feedback, but it's tolerable. I say that. Ugh. That sweeper there is rough. Yeah, the only way I would see this game somehow not getting the full year one, season one pass, or whatever you call it, year one pass, would be if Giants somehow makes a really... Here's the thing, though. Giants, as a company, is very well funded because they're a monopoly in farm sim. So, regardless of how the game is doing financially, the publisher, who is the one that essentially is in charge of the money side of things, they're okay with or without this game. This is a new space for them. But I think because it's a new space for them, and they're already in a good position because of Farm Sim, they won't be rushed to, like, pull the plug, you know? So I think this game will, at the very least, survive its year one support. I will be more surprised if it doesn't. Let's just put it that way. But what I'm really hoping for is that the game gets supported in the long run. And I know the devs want to. I know that, or I should say, I know Straight 4 100% wants that to be the case. They want this to be their iRacing, their, you know, race room, their long-term simulator that isn't just like, you know, F125, F126, F127, blah, blah, blah. Because, like, let's face it, there's appeal and commitment to making a video game. You know, Call of Duty is the exact opposite of that. You have to buy a new game every year. It kind of pulls you out of it. But then you got, like, the Tarkovs and stuff like that, where it's just long-term commitment to supporting the one game. PUBG. I have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours into PUBG. You know how much money I've spent on PUBG? $10 when I bought it in 2017 in super early access. That's all I've ever spent. And it's given me some of the best video game time of my life. Also some of the worst. The point is, the game is continuously supported. 9 years now? That's big. Oh! I'll do my... Oh, I did it again. Reading chat. That's 2 times now. I went off track right there. Jesus H. Mary and Joseph. Got my first flicker. Fine, though. For the most part, physics feel pretty good. Meaning, because usually when the lobbies really start to go to shit, the physics of the car change. You need twice the braking distance to stop the car for no apparent reason. Speeds of cars fluctuate. You know, it makes it very hard to want to compete online when you don't trust any of the stuff you see. Lap times, because you can get faster or slower with lap times based off the servers. You don't know. Like, the only way you can really know is if you like play offline a lot, and you practice offline, and you know what you should be running. And if you're either way off because you're faster or you're slower, just know it's the server. And that's the part that kind of sucks. How am I going to get used to this with more force feedback? This is going to suck. It's a nice little warm-up, though. Nice little warm-up. My best lap so far is a 2:02.2. I mean, some of that's the fact that I'm talking and not really paying too much attention, but like, this exact car, the way it sits, my fastest so far is 158, only one time though. But I've had a good amount of 159s and a lot of 2.0s. The fact that I haven't even hit 201 yet, it's pretty rough. And I'm not even at the 28 yet. I think, speaking of Bathurst, I think we'll do that next. What better opportunity for myself and full force feedback than doing Bathurst? You can tell that sweeper turn is killing me with the force feedback. I just gained half a second in just that last turn. Just from executing it a bit better. Oh, damn it! Did it again! How is it possible that I look at chat in the exact same spot every time and drift off track at the exact same spot? Oh well. This is going to be my 159 for at least this race, but it is what it is. I focused a little bit more. What an idiot. One day I'll figure out this whole, like, racing and streaming thing. One day. You're good. It's not your fault, Ro. I've been looking at the chat every few seconds regardless. I just pick terrible times to do it. Right now is when I should be looking at the chat. Ugh. That's fine. Also, in a couple hours, I mean, not that a lot of people here are Race Room fans, but Race Room unveils their next update. So I'll be interested to see what they bring to the table. Oh, okay. All right. We're just getting started. GG, Jester. Oh. All right. That fight, I don't know what that comes out to as far as max force feedback. Obviously, because the car is at 64%, but the wheelbase is at 28. So I don't know if that percentage translates directly to like legitimate percentage, but going back to 100 next. How are the arms? Not bad. That wasn't too bad, that force feedback. Like, I would never recommend that. That's too much for sim racing. But from a pure torture standpoint, that wasn't that bad. The next race is gonna suck, though. All right, so let me read some of these comments that I missed here. Boris already said that if he doesn't improve stability with 2.0, he is done. He said 4 months is enough to get that stuff sorted. I agree and disagree on the 4 months. Simply because, to me, it's an early access game. Even though they didn't market it that way. The mistake this game made was calling it early access. Because every other sim that's currently out there has been around for years and is still being developed. And this game has already done things that are far better than what a lot of other sims have done. They're just missing a lot of core elements and stability in certain places where it needs it. But I think 4 months is... I mean, he's obviously, you know, entitled to do what he wants. It's his decision. If he has other things he wants to do at this time, by all means, go and do it. Maybe his best bet, if he doesn't like 2.0, is to, like, in general, just move away from it and then come back. You know? There's nothing... oh, boy, Lamberto's in here. This is going to be a rough one. I'll let a few people join up. But, you know, worst case, like I said, take a break and then come back. You know, see what it is then. But I have no doubt at some point this game's going to be a phenomenal experience across the board to play. But I don't think it's going to be... I think 2.0 is going to move the needle quite a bit. But I don't expect this game to be perfect with 2.0. I don't think anybody should expect that. That's too much work to do from where it is now to the end of the month. You know? But we'll see. We shall see. Training this weekend, Nord multiclass. Yeah, that looks fun. I'm going to try and make it into that, Jester. I don't know if I'm going to. Weekends are harder to get on the sim, especially during the daytime for me. But I will try if I'm available. Yeah, see, that's the problem, Oils. Like, especially on console, there's not enough. I mean, here's the thing. I have access to every sim, and every time I go to something else, I want to go back to PMR. I want to deal with the problems of PMR solely because the driving is so much better. And let's face it, it's a game based on driving. If you don't like the driving of another sim, why waste your time? Accurate, inaccurate, I don't even care at that point. If you don't enjoy something that's supposed to be as realistic as possible, then you should never do anything you don't enjoy. I think by the end of the season pass, I think by then for sure, this game's going to be a fantastic game to play. It really just comes down to, like I said, if it's supported past that. Agreed, Lincoln, on the sound. I think this game has the best audio. It's always so strange to me when I see someone complaining about the audio of this game, because I'm like, don't get me wrong, there's a couple cars here and there that are misses, but like, majority of the cars sound awesome, and the cars that sound really good are untouchable in audio. Like, I mean, I don't know if anybody pays any attention to like the Group C cars, but the 787B is one-for-one perfect sound. Like, it doesn't get better than that. Turn off these broken clouds here. Also, for the sake of stream, we're gonna crank this up, just because I'm losing some frames from streaming. There we go. Now we're getting 360 frames. A bunch of them are fake, though, as people would say. So I don't know. I look at frame generation the same way I kind of look at, like, you know, tits. If I can touch them, whatever they're made of, if I can feel them, they're real. If Giants will be funding, then I'll continue. And I think for Giants, it's like a strategic partnership because I see they want to expand the application of their engine beyond farming. Hope it lasts. S4 should prove they can handle fixing issues. I think S4 is absolutely proving it. That the one thing about it is that, in general, video games is a very, very, very like political shitty place to be in terms of just running a business. Like, look at Battlefield. Battlefield and all of its success, bunch of the developers still got laid off. It doesn't matter how good or bad your video game is. It's just there's no stability in the work environment. And right now, Stray 4 is a smaller team than a lot of these other sims. I think they're doing a very good job pace-wise in terms of look at where this game was on release. Again, 100% the mistake was calling this game what it was when they released it. A finished game. It wasn't. If they called this game early access and then it progressed like it did, I think the sentiment would be wildly different. But that isn't the case. That ship has sailed. Let's see. Thanks for being here, Jester. Just approved the Fanatec GT-DD wheel and their GT3 wheel. Can't wait to change out the Logitech. Yeah, you're gonna be night and day surprised. What's going on, big camera? What's going on, Limberto? That one, Legolas, I have not... It's so weird. I have to wonder if some of these bugs are attached to some, like, consoles and some things like that. For example, I've never experienced the ABS TC bug where it's everything set low. Mine's always on what I set it to. Always. Speaking of, that reminds me. Let's not forget. Ready, folks? Here we go. Where is it? 64. All right, let's just save this. That way we don't die or we don't forget again. What else did I want to change? I think that was all I wanted to change. Experience no bugs on PS5. Well, I have to wonder too how much of it is also server. Like, my thing is this: if you experience bugs offline, those are like the core bugs that are built into the game, right? But when you get online and start experiencing things that you just cannot duplicate offline, that's where I'm like, I really believe that is all server-related problems. Because like, the stuff that I've experienced online from servers is wild. By comparison to what I've experienced offline. Use the bathroom quick. Also, it's strange, too, if you notice, like, the frame rate. Depending on what scene you're looking at, it will depend on if it even uses frame gen and stuff like that. and like a lot of the menus or spectating, they're using different, like, it's not utilizing all your hardware. It's very interesting. There's no doubt the Giants engine is a learning curve for Straight 4. You know? Alright. Sorry for the delay. Same with Cyberpunk. What's going on, ETR? Missed your comment there. Oh, God. I hope I'm in the back, right? Okay, good. I want to make sure I'm not in front of anybody right now, because this is going to be rough. I might not be able to turn the car coming into turn 1. Oh, yup. Yup. Holy shit. Goat Oz. Oh, man, that's a big title. Holy Jesus Christ. Don't hit that car, don't hit that car, don't hit that car. My hands will break. Oh. Mother of God. I just don't want to hit any walls. Because this isn't 28 Newton meters that I'm feeling right now. Because of the way the game throws the force feedback out. Come on. Come on. Come on, Roku. Come on, Roku. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. I need to get down this mountain. Oh! Mags, it's maxed out. Absolute maxed out. Intentionally. I couldn't have hit the brakes any harder right there to avoid that. Boy, I don't want to hear it. I have twice the force feedback you have at max. There's a reason why I want to be in the back right now. I have no level of pace. I'm not trying to have any level of pace. I'm not trying to even not be competitive in any way. Just trying to survive this. Why do I come up with this shit? What made me think this was a good idea? My shoulder, especially my right shoulder, is already... We're good. Jesus. Ah. I've limited it to 8 players. C-dub. Well, I've limited it to 10, technically, but... One thing I have to say about the video game space in general that I've always hated is how quickly everybody gives up on things. Like Cyberpunk alone. Like, there are people that'll have never played Cyberpunk before that'll play it right now and be like, oh my god, this is incredible. Didn't see it on day one. Didn't see what everybody thought about the game on day one. Another dead game. CD Projekt Red dropped the ball. We'll never trust them again. A year later, everybody loves them again. Same song and dance. Video game space is some of the most, like, toxic culture I've ever seen in all the industries. It's because there's never ever a face-to-face. Every industry has some level of, like, negativity and toxicity, but there's always at some point, at least for most people, a face-to-face. And you get to learn real quick who's who, you know? But in the video game space, it's 100% a digital world where no one ever meets. People can say whatever they want, do whatever they want, and that's just something you kind of have to tolerate, you know? Fucking hell, this is insane. Why did anybody think of this? Why did you all support my decision for this? You again, Roku. That's why you voted under 10? Well, under 10, in my opinion, for, like, covering all the bases is not enough. However, it's plenty from an enjoyment, having a good time factor, getting most of everything. What is happening here? But this is the polar opposite end of that. There is an advantage, though, to having overhead, though. Like, for example, the way I run this base normally, I set it to a max of 18 Newton meters, and obviously it can go to 28. But the thing is, the overshoot and the detail you get from having that extra space that you're not using does make for a better experience. Like, for example, my Evo Pro, that's 18 Newton meters, and this is 28. If you set them both to a max of 18, this base feels better. I'm looking forward to 2.0 in this game now. Holy shit, that's hard to turn. Dude, my shoulders are so burned out, it's not even funny. Mainly the right one. I refuse to believe that there is a human being out there that needs this. Refuse. Yeah, Foy, that's a mandatory at this point. Or at the very least, a good amount better. Not saying they got to be perfect, because there's not a game you can play that has perfect servers. It just doesn't exist in multiplayer space. But like, it's got to be better than this, you know? That's like, this is fine. I mean, I say that, but I'm so checked out of the race, it's not even funny. I'm just trying to keep my shoulders attached to my body. But I haven't seen anything here that makes me think like this car's not performing correctly, because it gets pretty obvious on my end anyway when the servers get too populated. all of a sudden I can't drive the cars anymore. Like right there, I would need 2 to 3 times the braking zone. It's crazy how the physics changes so much when the lobby gets populated from servers. I can do permanent damage to my shoulder, yeah. Well, hopefully I am able to recognize the difference between working out fatigue and injury pain. But I have injured my shoulders quite a bit in my life. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. Doesn't help that I'm using a 280 millimeter wheel either, so it's not like I got a lot of leverage. Jesus, mother of God. I don't care, I need a break. Give me the penalty. It is what it is. Oh my God, that was a mistake. Shouldn't have done that. God. I can't even turn around. Oh, this is ridiculous. I gotta finish the race. Part of the challenge. This is insane. Turn. Bruh. We've seen this in real life, what happens. People die. Alright, you're getting past before the finish line, I've decided. I've injured my shoulders through sports. Wrestling, primarily. God damn it, I can't even fucking steer. Like, dude, when it's spinning out of control, I cannot resist it. It's insane. Sorry, Roku. Wasn't my intention to hit you. But at the same time, gotta break a little deeper, brother. There was nothing good race about this, Limberto. This wasn't a race. At least not for me. Dead last. Fuck yeah. My best lap time was 2:09. God. Yeah, that's Keen. Keen is no tomorrow. I'll keep my gaming and working out separate. Really depends on how good the software is for the wheel. That's a big... I mean, I agree there, Eagles. The, well... The firmware, I would say, more than software. But yes, software as well. All of that matters in being able to determine detail. One thing I've learned about PMR specifically is it deals force feedback in a much wider range. All right, we want to really burn the left or the right shoulder out. Here we go. This is going to absolutely melt my shoulder. Challenge completed, though. Yeah, well, that was one race. That's painful. That's painful. Wait for you, gamepad. All right. Come on in. What's your name on here, gamepad? Just so I know when you're in. Oh, you're Eeks? Gotcha. Yeah, I know Eeks. It's so hard to know who's who when, like, everybody has a different name on a different platform. That's one thing I've, like, made it like a priority, mainly because of, you know, my main business is EJR Performance. So I've made it like a token thing of mine to always be EJR branded, you know? So you just always know, you know? But, yeah, it's real hard in this space because everybody on YouTube, on Discord, on in the game, and Limberto's an easy one to spot. He's got the exact same name and everything, so shout out Limberto. By the way, I'm doing this as an excuse to not race Limberto. I'm introducing a challenge that slows me down so much, that's my excuse to not get gapped legitimately by Limberto. My shoulders are literally still on fire. Dominican Carolina. Slick, where are you from again? Or is that besides America, obviously? Oh, all right, let's spectate. Let's watch Limberto, since he's super hacking right now. If y'all thought Limberto was fast before, now he's on PC and he's got some killer hardware, so... Luckily, though, if we're going to keep it completely real, the hardware is really just going to lead to him having an overall better experience. Not too much in terms of, or not really anything in terms of how fast he is. Unless, of course, he plays with some whatever files they're called. Oh, whoa, whoa, Limberto, whoa, whoa. Getting a little aggressive in quali, ain't ya? Dude, frame gen works so good. It really does. Like, I can only see 144 frames, but I'm getting over 400 with frame gen. Max, still max graphics. It really is incredible. Like, I don't like Nvidia as a corporation, but damn, their technology is incredible. That's also why I think Nvidia is going to be responsible for ending the world, but, you know, that's another story. I bought into Nvidia a few years back before the AI boom. Great investment. Yeah, my video card. I mean, I have two video cards right now. One is it's in my girl's computer that I built her, which her computer is basically always like some level of hand-me-down of stuff that I've had. So in her computer, mind you, she doesn't game at all, and she has a 3090 Ti in that thing. But it's really there in case I lose my 5090. If something happens to my main video card, I have a backup, and I'm not completely crippled, because I very much rely on GPUs. I do everything with my GPU. I stream, I edit, I game, I tax the ever-living shit out of a GPU, which is why I can justify the insane price tag of what I spend on them. For someone who's just gaming, though, like, I would say Lamberto, because Lamberto's got a 5080. He's got too much GPU for just gaming, in my opinion. I mean, it'll lead to a fantastic experience, but he doesn't need all that. He came from a PS5, and I'd say right now the graphics card, like from on Nvidia's side, for at least current generation, the sweet spot is 5070 Ti. If you can swing that price, that is the absolute sweet spot for graphics and GPUs. 5080 if you want to spend a little bit more money, or I should say a lot more money for a little bit more performance. The 5090, you're going to spend the most amount of money, but you're going to get, believe it or not, the 5090 is the most efficient cost for performance GPU. Because, like, it's less than twice the price of the 5080, but it is quite literally double the performance, or double the power of the 5080. The thing, though, is that the way video gaming works, and because how everything is so reliant on the CPU of the computer, that doesn't translate to twice the performance. Like, I don't have twice the frame rate of Lamberto's computer because I have a 5090 and he's got a 5080. It's very much reliant on the rest of the computer to also produce frames. I'm speaking nerd right now, I'm sorry. Alright, here we go. Will I make it all 5 laps? That's the question. I feel like we should do the clean HUD shit for the rest of today. right, next race, we'll clean up the HUD. Category set to LMU, I'll have to change that. Thank you for reminding me, Mr. PC. Oh, Jesus! Why? Why? This Roku dude's a deadly weapon on the road. Well, perfect timing for me to fix some things then. Alright, that should update the stream, so it no longer says LMU anywhere. Might take a refresh or something, but... Appreciate it, though, Mr. PC. Let's see. Close that. Alright, now that we're back on here, I'm just going to set everything up the way I want to have it. Radar just for not messing anybody else up. Penalties don't... Actually, we'll leave penalties on. Okay, we'll do it like that. See what that looks like. As far as confirming the 25th, it's as confirmed as it can be. And by that, I mean, usually any kind of delay that happens is because of the console side of things, because getting a console approval for like updates and things like that is a much longer process. I could be wrong, but I don't, because I don't fully know. I don't know if PMR is straightforward self-publishing on PC and relies on Giants for the publishing on the consoles, or what the case is. Because all the testing happens on PC. I mean, obviously it's happening on console too, but you can't just have people... Why am I even doing this? Why am I doing this? You know what? Screw it. This is just gonna be a chat race. There's no point. This was binned from the second I hit the gas and was pushed off the road, so... I'm fairly confident we'll see something on the 25th. Well, it didn't help that I got hit off the track immediately. Like, immediately. In fact, I want to go back and watch that quick. I believe they do, Eagles. I believe Giants is in charge of all console testing. Like, finalizing, anyway. Yeah, that was all Roku-san. That was all Roku-san. Might have just not been paying attention. Consider that the warning. No, I haven't done much with that yet. I'm waiting on, which there's been no official sort of, even for affiliates, talk of the what do you call it? Why is my brain not working? The Zeus wheels. Jesus. I don't think this FX Pro has any level of built-in. So the FX Pro is a relatively old wheel. This guy right here, like you can't even unbolt the rear section if you wanted to use this wheel on like another wheelbase. Like a lot of the wheels now. Like, let me grab my GT Neo quick. So, let me just refresh this because this is way behind. So, if you look on here, I guess I got to live screen this one. Can't watch Lamberto win everything. So if you look, this is the GT Neo, and I have the mag link on it, which is really nice. That works great for USB pass-through. But this is a much newer wheel than the FX Pro. The FX Pro is very dated in a lot of its, like, for example, if you notice, on the GT Neo, there's 4 bolts, and you can unbolt, that's upside down, this entire section to change this out. So I bought this wheel originally when I had my Logitech wheelbase, and I had a Logitech adapter on here. This was not there, and I was able to bolt this right to my Logitech. You cannot do this with the FX Pro. The FX Pro, that's built into the wheelbase. There's no way of detaching that. And it's only got USB-C connection. There's no way to put a mag link on it. Mag link is gangster. Mag link is very powerful in terms of like sticking to it and not coming off. I've done USB pass-through with this. Works fantastic. I have not done USB pass-through with this because I don't trust that connection. However, I do want to try out the QRA with a third-party wheel. And by third-party wheel, I mean another, what do you call it? Brand wheel. Here, let me get that. I got all the things. This is the QRA. This is my Sparko wheel. This is going to be my official drift setup for Horizon, whenever that comes out. But this adapter is gangster. You have full telemetry pass-through through the wheelbase and this QRA, and this would just plug into whatever wheel you put on it that has a USB connection. And essentially, if you have full SIM hub support through the wheelbase without a wire going down to a USB hub, and this just literally would plug in to the wheel, and this would obviously turn with the wheel, so it's never going to bind up. It's pretty gangster. Now, that's detachable because I just use it as that. But yeah. Currently, though, the FX Pro is still my favorite wheel. It's the most bougie wheel. It's got all the features. It's got the screen. It's the coolest one. But it is dated. It's very dated by comparison to their newer stuff. So that's where the Zeus wheel, I think, is going to really, really shine. I admittedly hope the Zeus wheel comes out soon because that thing looks pretty phenomenal. Yes, it is. Yep. You have to put the wheel in pass-through mode, though, which means, so essentially, if I'm using the GT Neo and I have the mag link as well, I think it's these two buttons. I can't remember offhand completely. Pretty sure it's these two buttons you have to hold. So essentially, you plug in the mag link, it gets power to the wheelbase, or sorry, to the wheel through the USB mag link, and then you hold these buttons when you attach it to the wheelbase, so it does not, because what will happen if you don't hold the buttons, the wheelbase will override the pass-through. And so the pass-through is no longer doing anything, and it's now being controlled by the wheelbase. Whereas if you hold these buttons, it ignores the wheelbase and uses the pass-through. But when you do that, yeah, it works. It works fantastic. I actually used the MagLink when I had my Logitech. And I use SimHub for all my shift light and everything like that, because obviously the Logitech software doesn't power the GT Neo. Yeah, the USB pass-through has worked pretty flawlessly with the wheels. I'm very much waiting to see how the Zeus incorporates it, because supposedly the Zeus is going to have full SimHub support through the wheelbase, which is going to be awesome. All right, let's pick a track here. I'll give it a minute or two for a couple spots to fill, but if not, I'll bump us. Also, I'm going to put damage back on. Do we want to add any other classes? Because I'm doing this more for, in terms of the competitiveness, I'm doing this more for you guys, and me more for breaking my arms challenge. But if you guys want any other classes, I'll happily add them. LMP? I'll add LMP. Trying to control Roku with damage. Well, I don't know. I don't necessarily, based off his driving, that last one looked a little ridiculous. But he could just be learning. So I try to not, immediately, punish someone. So we'll see how he drives next round. We'll do LMDH as well. Screw it. We'll do these. There you go. Choice is yours, folks. And yeah, I know about the binding. I'm just trying to keep it ridiculous. That's the whole sort of reasoning for it, is I'm trying to torture myself as a joke to run max force feedback. Can Simpro Manager also allow you to change the type of connection, aka USB versus wireless? That I don't know. The only way I know of to do wireless versus, and by wireless you mean through the wheelbase, I assume, is it does that by default. Once you plug the wheel in, there's no way that I know of any way in Simpro that I have found. I guess I could ask. I could ask my handler. That's the person I have coined to make me sound cool for the person I talk to about all the Simagic stuff. My handler. Make me sound like I'm an assassin or something. But I suppose I could ask them if that's a possibility. But I have not found that in Simpro where I can toggle back and forth without doing anything. The only way I know of to switch it to USB mode is to unplug the wheel from the base when it's plugged into the USB and then hold the buttons and reattach it. That way it overrides the base. Once it's attached, I don't know of any way in the software to switch back and forth. There might be, though. Admittedly, I am still actively learning about the SimPro software. My current settings right there. 28 Newton meters of pain. Oh, yeah. You're right, Eek. Yeah, you're right. I want to say I do have it bound, but I've uninstalled and reinstalled this game so many times that I don't know offhand. Let's see. This is a mix match right here. P700 pedals and Evo Ultra. I have P1000s, but I'm testing these. These get embargoed tomorrow. Binding. Yeah, so I should believe it's on this dial right here. I don't have my DigiDash redone yet because a good chance I'm going to uninstall and reinstall this again. For nice clean install for 2.0. Watch Lamberto. Legolas, I mean. 20 Newton meters, you die like men. I'll be over at some point today, Rowdy, by the way, to check the place out. Yeah, Mr. PC, as far as I know, there is nowhere in the software to do that. Because if you look up the instructions on how to actually make it USB pass-through, the only thing that gives you in the instructions is holding the buttons and attaching the wheel. All right, let's look at the poll. So far, we got 41 votes. Under 10 Newton meters is 59%. Over 10 Newton meters is 29%. Over 15 Newton meters is 10%. And over 20 is 2%. There's a brave soul out there that says send it. Nope. Using the GT4. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That another corpse car? That's Roku-san. By the way, Mr. PC, did it update to show... Okay, it does show Project Motor Racing now on my end, so... You know, Legolas, I don't mean to talk shit, but when you requested LMP, I was slightly expecting a little bit more of a performance than what I'm seeing right now. iRacing sending me its emails saying, new season is out. Cool. I might jump into, something different in a minute. Different car. By the way, if you guys are in my Discord, I did add a for sale section to it, and that is open for use. By the way, I am not policing it. Obviously report a potential scammer if someone like that comes through, but like that section is there for you to sell your stuff and for someone else to buy it and vice versa, or trade. It is not for me to make you jump through hoops. It's between you two. You know, put up your post, contact the seller, figure it out in your DMs. That's what it's there for. It's just an avenue to sell shit for sim racing. That's all. Obviously, there are scammers everywhere, so use your best judgment. But if someone does get scammed or feels there's a potential scam incoming, bring it to my attention. But I'm not going to be moderating actively that section. My goal with my Discord is to never have to moderate. Because I am a shoot first, ask questions later person when it comes to moderating a Discord. And by that I mean, if you're creating problems, you're going to get a verbal warning. And then if you continue, you're out. You're banned. Permaban. I'm not playing that game. We're not going to be, you know, to quote Chris Tucker. Where are my gloves? To quote Chris Tucker in Rush Hour. I am the Emperor, I am the King, I am Michael Jackson, and you are Tito. I butchered that, I know, but you get the idea. Oh shit, I forgot what we were doing for a second there. That was ridiculous. This is insane. Oh my god. I'm totally not focused on what I'm doing with the pedals at all. I'm literally just trying to point this car in the right direction. Oh my god. Also, if you guys haven't seen it... Oh! No! What I get for not putting 100% of my effort into driving. There, go on. Go on. Don't worry, focus on your line. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about... I'm just trying to... Okay. I'm just trying to survive this. That's right, I also forgot, so you can't see this livery anywhere but my screen, so... Remember, guys, I am the orange Mercedes. So if you see the orange Mercedes, just run for cover. Oh, it's arm day, that's for sure. To think someone's coming out with a 39 Newton meter wheelbase. Just stop. Just stop. There's no reason to have this. Now, I've obviously never driven an F1 car. I heard those are pretty hard to turn in real life. But I have driven a manual rack car with really wide front tires. This is harder. This is way harder. Jesus Christ. I have no idea who's behind me, by the way. I have all my information turned off. I feel like an F1 car can't be this hard to turn. Only because, now I know like all of the guys who race F1 have an essential amount of training to just be able to turn them. They obviously have their training exercises. But a lot of my understanding of that too is it's to train against G-force. Because it'll completely destroy your equilibrium. But they also, I have never seen like a strong looking F1 racer. Just pass me, just pass me. And they don't look like they're struggling at all when they're driving the car. But you obviously see their training exercises where they're, you know, they're using the machine to turn back and forth. But I'm very interested to know like how truly hard it is to turn an F1 car, just from like its natural resistance. Because this is ridiculous. They train for endurance, not for strength. I just don't see like any real car that's I mean, I know I'm just using words right now and I can't put into words what I'm feeling. But what I'm feeling is just not a thing. And like when you don't have electronic or power steering and you're running a manual rack, although I think the only thing harder than that is probably a power steering rack that's broken with no power steering. That's harder to turn than a manual rack. But essentially, when you have a manual rack and you have wide front tires, there's nothing helping you, nothing assisting you, except the actual, maybe the ratio, your steering ratio. But this is so much harder than any manual rack car I've ever driven. It's not even funny. Like, this feels like a manual rack car that you're trying to turn in the parking lot while I'm rolling, which, when you're rolling, it's easier to turn the car. Hope you put my kill switch. Dude, my kill switch is in the box still. I took a picture of it. In front of Umberto, I don't care, it's another class car. That's all that counts. Surprisingly, that's interesting. I came in third At no point was I even able to put like any level of pace down. Because I go faster than that on the chicane variant of this track. Holy. Think I could take any F1 driver in an arm wrestling contest. I mean, don't get me wrong. Don't sleep on them. I'm sure there's some strength to them. Like, look at Bruce Lee, for example. Bruce Lee was a skinny, shredded son of a bitch. That guy was strong. He was next level strong, especially for his size. But none of these guys are Bruce Lee, you know? But I still would love to know. Like, I would love to drive an F1 car around a track. I don't mean like go fast. I mean just drive it casually to just experience some fundamentals of the car. I'm sure I fall into a very big group of people that would love to do that. It was lighter than a kart. I believe that. I believe that. This might be slightly controversial in the sim racing space, but like, I am very, very, very much in favor of there being a lot of like brainwashing about race cars through sim racing for marketing purposes. I think so. I have no experience with like sanctioned race cars. Like, I've never driven a GT3 car. I've never driven a GT4 car. But I have been very privileged throughout my life to experience a lot of different kinds of street cars turned into full-blown race cars. And while they've never been sanctioned by teams, they've also not been followed any kind of rule set, so you can pretty much do what you want. And I know what I've experienced, and I just find it very, very hard to believe that these race cars that are $1 million cars built by teams with engineers and real smart people, not just idiots in their garage, struggle to go faster than that. Like, I do not see that happening. So I am very much in the belief system that all of these cars are so much easier to drive than Sims try and tell you they are. Because, like I've said many times, in real life, fear, adrenaline, these are real dopamine. These are real things that are happening that are also keeping you under the limit, especially the fear portion of that. The average person who gets in a race car, I can guarantee you are going to drive nowhere near the limitation of the car. You're going to drive to your own limitation. You think, holy shit, I'm really pushing this. You're not. You're not even warming the tires up. But in your brain, you are pushing the car. Because in a video game, it's super easy to find the limit of the car. Just go faster and faster and faster until you crash. There's the limit. Now dial it back until you don't go past that limit. And learn where that limit sits every turn. You know? In real life, it's the opposite. You don't go right to the limit and crash, because then there's a good chance you die or you're no longer a race car driver. But you start slow and get faster and faster and faster through pushing closer and closer and closer to the limitation of the car. You know? So how do you eliminate, because there's no way to produce fear in a sim, which fear is the number one thing keeping you under the limit. How do you make a sim duplicate that? Well, the only way I can think of personally is just make the cars harder to drive. Now, I could be entirely wrong in all of this. These cars could be insanely hard to drive. But I just know that from my experience with building street cars and being part of a lot of different kinds of cars, I in no way see it being possible for a bunch of idiots learning on their own to build a faster street car than sanctioned race teams. I just do not see that possible. Like, there's no way that the Mustang GT3 race car handles worse than my Boss 302 street car turned semi-race car. There's just no way. No way in hell. And I feel like that was easier to drive than most sims. So I do think that there is a forced level of difficulty put into all sim racing that has become sort of like the standard now, that make people think that, yes, this is realism, when it's not realism, it's just forced difficulty. They take the aspect of realism, and it's there, but, like, for example, one big thing that I myself have complained a ton about, and a ton of other people have complained about, is control of a car past the limit, peak grip of the tire, the limit being the most amount of grip that you can possibly have. When you go past that limit, especially in iRacing, the tires shut off. That's not real at all. I will carry that to my grave. I will argue with the most diehard of diehard iRacers that there is an insane amount of tire grip past peak grip. Like I experienced it in AMS2 the other day when I played it, out of nowhere. The rear end of the car started to get a little loose, and I felt it. I'm like, okay, we're kind of taking this a little drifty, a little oversteery, but in real life, or in PMR, for example, I could throttle through that, no problem. The repercussion of that in real life is you go slower. You went past peak grip, the car is now going a little bit slower than it would have if you had maintained that limit better. But in AMS2, that limit just led to me spinning out and crashing, out of nowhere. Totally uncontrollable, totally unpredictable. That is a part that I just fundamentally will argue to my last breath that is not realistic whatsoever. And that's why I love the GTO class in this. You can clutch kick the GTOs in this class, kick them out sideways, and drive them. Is it the fastest way to drive? Absolutely not. That's not what it is. I'm saying you can control the car. You don't just crash. The repercussions of when you push past the limit, a lot of times, is you just go slower. You don't just immediately crash and your tires turn into ice skates. Anyway, I know I'm beating that dead horse, and I will probably beat that dead horse a million more times in the future. But it's hard not to. Anyway, let me use the bathroom. Let me regather my thoughts, and then I'll come back and read some comments. Rick Borax, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. By the way, we are very, very close to 26,000 subs. I haven't really talked about sub count much because I find it kind of exhausting to talk about. But, what was I going to say? Yeah, we're real close to an even 26K. I think we got like 18 more subs before we round a full 1,000. All right, let me read some of these comments now quick. Let's see. Going to walk my dog? No problem, Legolas. Some drivers prefer more power steering, some less. Yeah, for sure, for sure. There's no way a real GT3 car goes above 10 Newton meters in turning. I don't believe it would. Like I said, I've driven a lot of different street cars that I know there's just no way they're easier to turn than a GT3 car. And they don't turn anywhere near as difficult as some of the shit that I've experienced in a sim. Old touring car for open class races. As soon as it's moving, you can drive it one-handed. Yep. Aren't sims realistic? Yeah. Motion ring that can do a 180. I will say, I do think that stupid neck motion thing is probably the most realistic sim device ever. That's something that could kill you if it goes wrong. For example, Porsche 919 Tribute, it went Nordschleife like it's Trackmania. And it's a driver reaction that's limitation to this level, not the car. Yeah. AC Evo has Nord's daily races. Now, that's an enticing reason to play it. There is this clip where a GT3 Merc saved himself in Mutt Curve on the Nords. It's almost at peak speed there. So cars are savable. Cars are absolutely savable. The problem is that you're on sub. That's fine. That's fine. I'll remember that. I'm gonna look for your livery on track. I'll remember that. Derby National and the GT4s is a lot of fun. Got to run a lobby sometime. Yeah, I can do that. I can do that. Yes, PMR is way more realistic than a lot of sims past the limit. I truly believe that if this game dials itself in, gets a good polish, visually, gets the features we need, server stability, and keeps this same core driving style, which is, in my opinion, more realistic because it's more predictable, more communicative, and it is easier in turn because of that. I believe this sim will absolutely crush it. I'm just tired of sims telling me that things I just don't believe. Like, truly don't believe. Most of the time in this game, when I lose it, I believe it. It feels real to me. But the problem with things is that there are so many videos that exist of people doing things with no real information that they can use, show a video, and you go against your argument. You know? It's like, look, see, someone crashed on this turn one time in this car, a couple times. How many times did that person not crash? What's the average? What's the statistic of that? Because statistics and averages are the only thing that really matter when you're talking about points. There can be an impossible turn where someone makes it one time. Oh, forgot about my force feedback. Yep, it's there and present. And people use that video to see how you can take this turn like this, no problem, when the reality is 100 other times they've crashed, but also vice versa. God. The first couple turns, it's like tolerable, but then it wears on you real quick. Oh shit, my bad. I did it to Daybonk the other day when I was off stream. The worst part is because I was off stream, I couldn't tell him that, like, my bad. Because I, like, hit him hard. I completely missed the braking zone and, like, tried to avoid him. And I did avoid him, but it was like I dive bombed the inside of the turn. He technically hit me, but it was my fault. But I had no way of being like, yo, my bad. That was just me being an idiot. I can't. This is like, just, I'm trying to let, yeah, thank you. Oh, shit, did it again. Reading chat. Appreciate you being here, Rick. Yeah, we got some real nice updates coming for this game soon. So now in my opinion, it's a good time to, well, I mean, it's probably a better time to start after the updates, but I think the game's in a fun place right now. You know, obviously it doesn't have anywhere near GT7's polish at the moment. But I think as a pure racing game, it's inside of a few months from now, it's overall going to be a way better game than GT7. It's not going to have the depth to GT7, but in my opinion, like, good racing makes up for a lot of depth. I don't need 600 cars where, you know, I have no interest in 550 of them. Give me a couple of good classes of race cars, variety, I'm good. Don't give me an electric minivan and tell me to go racing. This is insane. I can't drive this. Oh, holding on. Dude, it hurts in the dirt. It, like, genuinely hurts when you go in the dirt. But the reality is, though, with, like, because I've been asked a lot, right? Is the 25th for certain? And, like, I would love to be like, yeah, for certain, but, like, let's face it. I would much prefer a delay over a borked relaunch, because that's essentially what 2.0 is supposed to be, a relaunch of the game, right? What they wanted it to be originally. So, what I'm hoping for, I would prefer, if it ain't ready, do not release it until it is. Because I very much want this game to succeed. I want the developers to have a chance. Because I do genuinely believe there is a lot of talent at Straight 4. Like, a lot of talent. But, it wouldn't be the first time I've seen good, talented people get screwed over by a system that was just not built well to accommodate their skill set, you know? As they say, life is not fair. So, if I can do my part and give it a little bit of positive press, to make a little bit of positive things happen for some people that I think... If they were people that I didn't believe in or some shit like that, that would change my tune. But, like, I just hate bad-mouthing something without a whole lot of, Sorry, Eeks, if that's you, I apologize. I just don't like the unnecessary bad press that a lot of people have given the game. Because, like, I feel like if people let cooler heads prevail and actually did a little bit of investigating without just playing a game for 10 minutes and then writing it off. Yeah. I think, like, I mean, not to bring up Broadbent, because I have nothing against him as a person. His origin story is pretty cool. I think it's, you know, everybody's unsung hero type story, and I'm happy for him for that. That's awesome. But in a vacuum, when we're just talking about PMR, I think his video was awful. in terms of his take was awful. He had he went into it with personal agenda, essentially. He had a bad conversation with, I don't know if it was Kevin or not, Kevin Ballin, the one that did the interviews. But I feel like it might have been Kevin Ballin, simply because he was the one sort of spearheading a lot of the Expo-related showing off of PMR. So I don't know if they had a personal thing against each other or what, but like, the reality is, let's talk hypotheticals for a second. Let's just say Ian Bell is this monster that everybody says he is. I don't know him from a hole in the wall. He could be a fantastic dude. You know how the internet is. The internet likes to take a stupid rumor and just run with it and ruin someone's life. But, again, I don't know him from a hole in the wall. But let's just say he's a terrible person. As a CEO, whatever, in charge, he's just not a good leader. Bad person, whatever. Do you think it's fair to burn everybody down underneath that person that's trying to do the right thing because you don't like one person at the top? I've never, that would be like, to use another example, let's just say I don't like Elon Musk. Do I think everybody at Tesla should lose their jobs and starve and be unemployed? Absolutely not. That's a horrible take on life. So, when you are someone as big as him on YouTube, and your voice does carry some weight. I'm not saying it's going to be the long term. His opinion of it's going to have effects long term, because I don't think any one person has that level of power in video games. Bottom line is, if the game is a super good game and everybody loves it and he hates it, he's going to have his lackeys that follow him no matter what. But at the end of the day, the game will still succeed. But in the very beginning, where first impressions matter, and you are that big of a name, the amount of people that likely didn't even try the game because of his video is probably pretty high. So, give my arms a minute to cool down here. My point is that if you're in his position, you should remove the emotion. For example, when I'm talking about his bias, grudge, whatever, it was personal between him and the developer, that he did not agree with. He took the developer's words personally and used it against the entirety of the game and the developers. Was that probably his intention? No. But he focused on the one person that pissed him off and made an entire video essentially ruining an entire team's work. More so than the team did. And that is something that I've just always disagreed with. And I don't know what got me on this particular subject. I've rambled about it so much. But the point was of that, his video just shouldn't have been made. It shouldn't have. Or if it was going to be made, he should have at least, because it was pretty obvious when you watch the video, regardless of the game he played, he wanted it to fail. Because he had a negative bias towards whoever told him that he was the problem driving it, however that conversation went down. But the game could have been a 10 out of 10 out of the box. Perfect sim, the greatest sim of all time. He was prepared to dog it. He wanted it to fail. Money he got from SMS, he could have retired. Instead, he chose to invest most of the money into a new game instead of putting his feet up. Exactly. Say what you want about the guy. I don't know him on a personal level. I've talked to a lot of people at Straight 4. He has never been one of them. And I probably never will talk to him. Maybe one day, if it just so happens this game does a complete 180 and all of a sudden everybody's praised and for example, the Charlotte Expo is coming in May. Then maybe one day that could be possible, but I don't ever see that being a thing. And that's fine. I'm not trying to. I don't care. But I lost my train of thought again. Oh, yeah, say what you will about the guy. He obviously cares about sim racing. If money, like Eagle said, if money was the only thing that mattered, he could have retired, put his feet up, and never looked back. And that'd have been the end of it. Glad that you're not in the Nords where you more guardrails to hit. So what's funny is that I will be going to the Nords. That'll be more like grand finale type scenario, because that's my absolute favorite track, and I actually want to see how hard this is to do on Nords. But Laguna's corkscrew, yep. This is the PMR conversation I've been waiting for. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. I try and approach everything like this. I really do. Sometimes I fail. Sometimes I let my, emotion cloud my judgment. Sometimes I really, really try not to because, although small, I do have somewhat of an outlet here to voice my opinions when other people might not. So I try and look at it from... I always... When I think I have an argument figured out... This is for everything, not sim racing. This is everything in life. When I think I have a set-in-stone opinion on something that I think is the right opinion, I always, before I really, really kind of flush that thought out publicly, I try and play devil's advocate with myself. What would be my counter to this argument and why? Like, for example, I don't partake in this particular conversation, but flat Earth theory. I believe Earth is round, but rather than say all of my reasons as to why I think the Earth is round, why don't I research as well to find the opposite opinion before I go into it? So that way I already know your debate before I start my debate. It just helps. It might not change your opinion. You might believe it still, that your answer is the right answer, but at least you know the arguing points to your argument. And then, not for nothing, it helps fuel your opinion of things. And by the way, we're getting away from Flat Earth. I am not talking about Flat Earth. I have no interest in talking about that conversation. I was just using it as a contentious debate point. Let's stick to sim racing. But anyway, though, my point is, like, let's just say hypothetically I don't like Ian Bell. I am not going to burn his company down in an opinion piece of mine because I don't like him when he has a bunch of people underneath him working, doing the work that could be jobless based off of a strong enough person's hit piece. It's just that to me is the definition of unfair. And the world is already unfair. Why make it worse? This is the real, truly the reason people hate Ian Bell as much as they do. Overpromise, underdeliver. That's his crime against humanity right there. Has anybody ever overpromised and underdelivered? I have. I have many times. I eat it and I try and make it right when that happens. You're lying to yourself if you say you've never done that in real life. You promise the world and don't deliver it, for whatever it is. That is genuinely Ian Bell's crime against humanity right there in sim racing. But it's very easy, the way people like to regurgitate things, spread rumors, and let their emotion dictate their opinion. Ian Bell is this now, these are not my words. Probably shouldn't even say it. But apparently, he's a millionaire, cokehead, evil monster of a boss. All of these things. He's this demon spawn that hails Satan. When The only things I can see towards him that could be a potential negative is he seems like he might be a stubborn guy. Passionate, for sure, but he definitely seems like he might be a stubborn guy. I myself am a stubborn person, so I can see stubborn. I can recognize it. And he overpromised and underdelivered a couple times. I think the biggest crime he committed in sim racing was Project Cars 3. The way that just went down, the entire thing. How much of that was purely his fault, I couldn't tell you. I don't know. I have no idea. All the negative feedback on the game actually led me to get it, as I needed to see for myself. In most cases, the negative points made no sense or didn't apply to my setup. Well, as the expression goes, bad publicity is good publicity. Because it's publicity. That's why you see videos get made about me all the time. And I'm barely even a fly on the wall in sim racing. People already make videos about me. I just say thank you. Spread my name. The way I see it, someone talking bad about me might get someone who has no idea who I am to look into me. Maybe to join the bandwagon. And it gives me the opportunity to maybe convince them that I am not this person that some other person has said that I am. Bad publicity is good publicity. At the end of the day, the horse's mouth is the horse's mouth. They're the only person that can truly shoot themselves in the foot. Of course, if this game was better on launch, it would have done better. Also, this just in, water is wet. Concord was terrible. I didn't make up the expression, Vice. It's been around for decades. Well, don't go down that road, Eagles. Don't you do that. My point of applying that, though, to Project Motor Racing is that this game, yes, did the negative publicity hurt the game as well? Sure. But you know this game exists, and that's where the expression comes from. For example, Rick here got the game because of negative publicity. I have had people in my actual business talk so much shit about me that it was obvious that they had an emotional disconnect to the point where it brought me customers. Because there is a point of, like, you can state your opinion on something, and it might be a bad opinion, or it might be an opinion that the thing is bad, but when you aimlessly continue to harp on how bad something is, and the other person doesn't even acknowledge you, there is a transition point where you become the idiot. You become the guy that everybody's looking at going, that's kind of a red flag, that this person is continuously saying this much bad shit about this other thing, and this person hasn't said a damn thing about it. These are all reasons why this expression exists. At the end of the day, if people are talking bad about something of yours, it's better than nobody talking about it at all. From a business standpoint. Because if nobody knows you exist, that's zero-sum business. Whereas bad publicity, you might gain some business from it. Obviously, it's not going to be as much as if you only had good press. But the point is, it's better than nothing. You know when someone tells you that you watched the movie and they hated it but you loved it? Not to go on that side tangent, but I make a habit of not ever listening to people's media opinions. If I just listened to people's opinions, I would have never played PMR. And I would have missed out on 400 hours of having a great time so far. But some people don't like the game, and that everybody, I think, deserves a fair shake at their opinion. But I don't ever think that you should take someone else's opinion as gold. Would you like me to just say you're right, New York Vice? Would that be your goal? I feel like we'll just go in circles. Love the game since day one. Don't care what they say. I mean, in my opinion, you would have to be blind to not see the core bones here that show the promise of what this could be. It just comes down to, will it get there or not? I choose to remain positive and say, hopefully it'll get there. I think it will. Other people choose to be negative. That's fine too. Oh God, don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Because I could literally get injured if you hit me in turn one. I gotta death grip this wheel to survive. Oh shit. Yep, there's no way I'm making a rouge at all with this thing. And to the people out there that like to make videos about me, all I have to say is rent-free. Rent-free. Yakabooga. What's funny, too, is that if I was just a stronger person, I actually feel like this force feedback would make me a better driver. So in turn, I guess just lowering the force feedback would make me a better driver at my current strength, which is probably the easier thing to do. But because it's so much harder to turn the wheel, it's a lot harder to lose control of the car because I just can't turn the wheel. Also, water is wet. Oh my god. This is so unnecessary. 10 out of 10 recommend the wheelbase. 10 out of 10 do not recommend 28 Newton meters. Oh. Yeah, I was running a Logitech before I got my Evo Pro. There were a lot of titles where I would just run that at max settings. Some games it wasn't enough at max. Like F125 was an example of a game that at full 11 Newton meters wasn't enough. Mainly because the force feedback delivery in F125 was so smooth that it was just really more of like a constant force feeling. And 11 Newton meters in that sense is not very like aggressive on you. When it's just a very smooth, consistent force. 11 Newton meters, however, when it's like throwing you around, is a lot of force. When you're hitting bumps and it's moving the wheel back and forth, that's where it's 11 Newton meters can like kick your ass. But like if I'm going left and it's just delivering me in a steady 11 Newton meters, and I'm approaching that like clipping sensation, 11 Newton meters is relatively easy to handle. Well, I mean, you have to understand, too, about, like, a lot of the negativity. There were people that were complaining about you can't even turn the wheel off, like, that I currently have off on the screen. You couldn't turn it off. Do you know how many times I, like, made a video or a clip? It's right there. Just turn it off. You have the ability to do it. You're just too lazy to find it. But you would rather, like, in the time it took you to go on the internet and bitch, you could have figured it out. But no, you just chose to jump on the fucking bitch train. And bitch, 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 bitch. I don't know why people love... I'm doing it right now, I suppose. But I don't know why people love complaining so much. Just enjoy things. And if you don't enjoy something, don't do it. I don't like Interlagos. So you know what I do? I don't race on it. Huh. This is kicking my ass. No, that's the old one, Jack. The RS50 is 8 Newton meters. The older Logitech Pro, or DD Pro, whatever you want to call it, is 11 Newton meters. That one came out, I think, in like 2021. This is ridiculous. Shoulders are getting tired. This poor guy behind me, I know he wants to pass. Ah! I am, Jack. This is painful. I'm far too old to give a shit about my masculinity on stream. This is way too much. I am in pain. But I don't care. I gave myself a goal. Oh my god, that snap. Oh, no. No, hold it. Ah. It's crazy the force feedback that hits the wheel when you start to lose the car and you actually go into the grass. It snaps the wheel so hard. Oh, no. Jesus, no. Those are the G923s, the G20... No, those are the OGs. No, those only have 2.3. You know, no disrespect to the G series users. But like when I hear guys talk about how the game has no force feedback and they're using that wheelbase, I'm like, well, the game doesn't have any force feedback because your wheelbase doesn't have any force feedback. I'm driving so slow right now to just not crash the car because of this wheel. I'm gonna have to have a protein shake when I'm done with this. My shoulders are gonna be done ski tomorrow. They gotta stream tomorrow too, because tomorrow is the P700 pedal embargo. They gotta dedicate a stream to those by themselves, which means you're gonna get a foot cam out of me. For all you foot fetish guys out there. Yeah. Yeah. All right, last lap. And then I get at least 10 minutes to recover. I'm pretty satisfied with that Eau Rouge considering what I'm fighting right now. I'll take that. Mr. PC, full transparency, they were sent to me. I am a Simagic affiliate. So, for example, my Evo Pro and my P1000s, I purchased those. The Ultra and the P700s were sent to me as part of the Simagic partnership, which there's quite a few of those people, by the way. If you have, I highly recommend, if you have an outlet of some kind, with sim racing, you like talking about gear, you like sim racing, whatever it is, like the actual streaming side of things, these companies are hungry, man. They are hungry for affiliates. But yeah, the embargo lifts on them tomorrow. So I technically can't give details about them. But I am using them. I'll say that. That's about all I can tell you. Oh. Holy moly. This is insane. God damn it. Home stretch. Seven seconds off Lamberto's pace. Wild. Wild. Yeah. More of a shoe kind of guy. Your face is the one that Alonso is doing every time he jumps in the Aston Martins. Right. Yeah, I'll show you those quick. Hold on. Lots of people will be very confused by this, but... Oh! You did? Damn. Well, hopefully 2.0 fixes that soon, sir. Thanks for playing, buddy. I don't think I can steer with pedals. Alright, let's pick a different track now. Sport. Do 6 laps. No, I'll do 7. Yeah, so these are the P1000s. These are mine. These are my main runs. Ugh. And if you're confused, yes, my clutch pedal is in the middle. I can't put them over there. Getting workouts in left and right here. But if you are curious about the P700s, that's a good stream for you tomorrow, because tomorrow's stream is going to be not really particular to any game, although I'll probably spend most of my time in this because it's just what I like playing. But come on. Tomorrow I'll be covering and going over the details of the P700s. Trying to think of how I can word this without crossing an embargo-y line. What I'll say is, without any detail, the P700s are worth it. That's vague enough that I'm confident it's fine to say. I think they'll be a hit. Any of you guys out there, are any of you Simagic users that are currently watching, that is? I like this. He did a good job on this. It's plain Jane. That's exactly what I like my liveries to be. The stuff that gets like way too spectacle-y is just like, it's not for me. They definitely do have some great deals, for sure. Fun fact, my GT Neo, one of my Neo X hubs, and my Evo Ultra, oh, not Evo Ultra, my Evo Pro is for sale. Let me look those up, the LCM. I assume they have a load cell, right? I'm looking them up right now. Yep, load cell sensor. In my opinion, let me see. I really need to get my hands on the P500s. Because my P700 review is going to be directly compared to the P1000s, not the P500s. What's going on, Matt James? Appreciate that. Look, upgrade my dad's rig and swap it to my son, so I will check out tomorrow for sure. Oh, we got a whole family of sim racing. Generations. Or are you saying you're the dad in this situation? I run a full Simagic ecosystem myself, both to a highly customized 160mm. Yeah, I've wasted a lot of money on my rig, which I have no regrets about, but it's more expensive than the most expensive aluminum profile rig, because I've taken an already expensive tubular rig and built a 40/40 aluminum cage essentially around it for a whole bunch of accessories and motion. So it would have been cheaper to just build the baddest or purchase the baddest possible aluminum profile rig. But still, no regrets. I can tell you this. Nobody has what I have, so if you're looking for the unique shit, the only way to do it is to build it yourself. Well, obviously the main rig is not built myself. It's FGT Pro, but everything around it is customized. There's my monitor that I'm looking at, my mic, my mouse pad, my stream deck, my camera, my wheels, my cup holder. Eventually, because right now I'm using my TV as my gaming screen, when I relocate this rig to a dedicated space for just sim racing, my plan is probably to get a I really want to get like a 59-inch super ultra wide, one of the 32:9 aspect ratios, but I'm waiting for them to be more prominently in OLED, because I cannot go back to non-OLED. I have to have OLED in my life now. I am a creature of habit, and it's a first world problem, but I accept my cynicism. I need OLED in my life. I can't look at a regular LED panel that's not OLED anymore. My eyes just don't do it. Oh. This Adidas livery is pretty nice too on the AMG. Your father, son, and you. That's awesome. That's awesome. You're eagerly awaiting 2.0 before you put too much time into PMR. Yeah, I mean, I get it. There's not much reason if your goal is to make content there isn't much content to be made about PMR right now. You can stream it. In my opinion, the best way to stream this game is doing what I'm doing right now. Custom lobbies, you know. But as far as the competitive reasons or not, I think this is the most competitive way to play it. There's still some DLSS ghosting, as you might have just seen on stream. I'm curious if it's frame gen. See the ghost trail? Yeah, believe it or not, frame gen doesn't cause a whole lot of any kind of anomaly on screen. It's more DLSS than anything else. Frame gen actually works phenomenally in this game. DLSS is what needs a little bit of better implementation. A lot of ghosting. Normally, frame gen is what creates a lot of ghosting. But there is very, very, very minimal ghosting from frame. All that you see around the wheels right there, that's DLSS. That's not frame gen. Single player experience that you're really interested in PMR? Yeah, I think they can definitely flush it out a whole hell of a lot better, and I think that'll be a very prominent reason to play the game. Did I see the new DLSS? Yeah, I did. I'm 50-50 on it. I think it is a genuinely viable step forward using the controversial technology for the right reasons. I think they showcased it poorly. There's a lot of things about it that I think was sort of done wrong. I don't know if you saw the tone mapping reshade that someone did third party. So you have the real image, you have the DLSS 5 AI as shit image, and then you have the right in the middle one where some guy changed the tone mapping, and all of a sudden it looks like what you would expect for the next evolution of realism. And it looks legit good. Whereas NVIDIA's variant looks like your typical AI slop. At least for the faces, anyway. I think it made the environments and everything look a lot better, but the faces look like... The one that's going rounds is Grace from Resident Evil 9. They used the scene where Grace is essentially going to where her mother was murdered. And she's extremely scared, extremely hesitant, all this stuff. And the AI DLSS 5 version made it look like she was a model with, like, perfect makeup on, eyeshadow. Like, she did not put makeup on before go seeing with the murder site of her mother. I promise. But I fully, like I said, I'm 50-50 on it. I'm all for the technology. Like, all of the AI stuff, I am all for being in video games as a tool to make the games better. But I am super anti where it's going in other directions. What about the jiggle, though? Yeah, jiggle physics. They've had jiggle physics since Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball. That was a good game. Took the fighting game Dead or Alive and made a beach volleyball game. And it was... But here's the thing. Aside from the overly feminine jiggle physics, the actual gameplay was a shit ton of fun for a volleyball game. Liveries for Sebring this weekend are looking so good. Pratt Miller, Penske. Yeah. I'm all for liveries, man. Back to Simagic. One of the best moves Simagic USA made was their partnership with Micro Center. Oh, agreed. That was a special time in most boys' lives. I think that was an Xbox original game, right? The original Xbox, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, partnering with Micro Center is always a gangster move. Micro Center is such a good company. They got a lot of policies in place to stop a lot of like shitty toxic behavior and stuff. Now, Simagic and Moza, in my... Oh, someone just lost the lobby. Simagic and Moza, in my opinion, are doing the biggest things in sim racing right now. If you're factoring in their aggression in the market and pricing... Now, you got like Simucube and stuff like that, which you could argue is technically the best in the industry, but it's massively affected in their prices. Their prices are insane. Like, what this base is $970. And it is being compared to the Simucube 3. Which, I don't want to quote the price without fully remembering it offhand, so I'd want to look it up. Yes, Conspit is a wild card. I'd call Conspit a wild card. I do think they are a little bit behind Moza and Simagic, but they're closing the gap, and it looks like they got their eye on the prize, so I think Conspit's a definite wild card. Yeah, I will admit I don't like the advertisement of the Moza stuff, of the Moza motion, because they're marketing it like you're buying the entire like you're buying this all-in-one Moza-built rig, and all it is a 4-post motion system that already exists in spades in other companies. I shouldn't say in spades, but there's already quite a bit of out there already. Moza's just entering the space, which is good because Moza is a competitor, mainly in pricing. So Moza's existence, if they deliver a decent product, could force the hand of just, in general, bringing motion to a much easier to get to audience. Like the wheelbase that I'm using right now, $970. That's a lot of money. But by comparison to the rest of the market, it is dirt cheap. There's like no reason, in my opinion, it is the best base in the market if you're chasing the like elite level wheelbases. In my opinion, there's no reason to buy anything else. Provided you are not already heavily invested financially into your own ecosystem, of course. That's obviously always an argument. But I mean, if you are not, let's just say you're coming into sim racing and you want to buy the best of the best stuff in the industry, you want the craziest experience possible, and you're not invested in an ecosystem. I can't find a reason to pick another wheelbase besides this one. And I know I'm a Simagic partner, I'm just shilling for the company, blah, blah. But I'm sorry, just do the math yourself on paper. Do the math yourself on paper. Financially, versus what you get, it makes no sense to buy anything but this wheelbase in the upper high end. Other companies are going to have to adjust their prices to compete. Now, don't get me wrong. This base could explode tomorrow. It's obviously not withstood the test of time yet. That's always an argument. But I got some faith. This base has done nothing to make me worry, except break my shoulders. Like, for example, Logitech is a pretty tried and true brand when it comes to making quality. They miss from time to time, for sure. But for the most part, they wouldn't have been doing this shit for as long as they have if they were making bad products. And when I made my lateral movement from Logitech just to the GT Neo, the GT Neo alone. So my first Simagic product was the GT Neo. And then when I saw how good that was, I was like, damn, let me look at some of their other shit. Then I bought their H pattern. And their H pattern, once I experienced that, I basically dove right into Simagic. I'm like, yep, I want all their shit. And here we are now. But yeah, what I was saying, though, what got me on that tangent was about the Moza. They're marketing it like you're buying the whole platform, which I thought was really cool at first. I'm like, oh, cool. They're selling you like a no fringe, no guessing. This is a motion platform rig that you just bolt your gear to and you're good to go. But what it is it's a 4-post motion system that is essentially just made by Moza, so you can, you use Pit House and things like that, which is still good. It's still good to have. But the marketing makes it seem like it's a very different thing. I also saw one of the AI slop ads where it was a dude sitting in his sim in his 4-post motion Moza platform, and he had a controller in his hand, and you could clearly see some military game on his triples. It was clearly an AI-generated image. It's like, are these people just not looking at the AI, what the AI creates? You would easily see this is nothing about this resembles sim racing. It's just a really expensive seat to play Call of Duty. One thing I'm curious about, but I don't see ever happening, I do feel like console's probably going to get screwed in this sense, is the market is not expanding really at all in the console space. It's aggressive as hell on PC. Like, I try and tell people all the time, too, like, I am by no means like a PC elitist. I love my PC. I'll never not have one. They are better than console, but I will also always have a PlayStation as well. They very much have their places. But in the sim racing space, unfortunately, you're doing yourself a bit of a disservice to only play on console. If you want the full send experience and how easy it is to do. If you're totally content with just playing the game that you want to play, and you don't mind just the wheel, just pedals, and you're stuck in that particular ecosystem where you can't mix and match things, and then there's literally nothing you're missing. However, if you want to like right now, none of my stuff is plugged into my wheelbase. Y'all know like Limberto bought a PC? Limberto still in here, by the way? I feel like I am going to break this wheel with the actual FX Pro. I feel like this wheel was never built for this kind of force feedback. Just by design of like the handles. Because how it's open on the bottom. That's something that I noticed they're rectifying with the Zeus wheel, which I look forward to. God damn it, man. I'm totally, by the way, I'm not focused on any level of line, any level of pace. I don't care. Like I said earlier, this is survival for me. My goal is to go the entire stream with a maxed out 28 Newton meter base. Luckily, my lunch is tuna. Get all that protein in me. Pause. Believe it or not, I'm trying to not make a face. It's just... It's like someone who goes to the gym. Tell them who takes it seriously, don't make a face. Good luck. I want to read the comments, I do. But I want to stick to my goal here of finishing all the races, regardless of where I am. Even though I didn't finish the Daytona one. Do you mind if I tell them why you got a PC? It's your business, so I don't want to just throw it out there. But it is a funny story. And it also ties into why I was talking about mix and matching components and the advantages on PC. Good race, AJ. Good race, everybody. I'm happy I got sub 120 out of that, honestly. Holy shit. Okay, so basically, Lamberto's on the Fanatec ecosystem. He was on PS5 Pro. And Fanatec connects everything with an RJ45 cable. So pedals to bass, shifter to bass, everything like that, all through a RJ45, which is telephone wire. It's pretty well known on the Fanatec bases that the only thing holding on the it's well known that they break, but it looks like the reason why is that the only thing that holds the RJ45 connector to the base are the metal prongs that seat into it, right? And then the plastic is just around it. So naturally, if you pull on that wire any amount of time, you're pulling against the prongs, the soldered on prongs. So eventually, with no support from anything else, those are going to break off. So that happened. He couldn't plug his pedals in. So instead of buying a new wheelbase or whatever, he said, I basically said to him, when there are things that I believe in, like, I would love to convince everybody to get a PC. I understand that financially. It's like one of the worst times to do it. But I love PCs. I would push everybody. I would be an instigator as hell to get people to buy a PC. Well, I twisted his arm a little bit, but I was like, if you got a PC, you could just plug the pedals right into the computer, and you don't have to worry about plugging it into the base because you don't need everything to run through the base to be recognized by the PS5. You just plug it in the computer and it's recognized. So he bought a computer. That's a long/short story, however you can consider it. He basically bought a PC, so he had the freedom to do whatever he wanted with what he had because he could no longer, without replacing his bass, hook his pedals up to it. And everything has to plug in through the bass on a console. Let me scroll back up and read some of these comments here. What's going on, Durden? Full Simagic here, love it. Yeah, I've become a huge proponent of Simagic. Like, I completely spent a boatload of money with them before being an affiliate. Like, that's my luck, but hey, whatever. They call that me earning my keep. But what was I gonna say though? Like, I have this thing too where, like, most people, all of you guys, have no idea who I am in terms of, like, my work ethic outside of what you see me do in sim racing. But in my, like, motorcycle business, it's pretty well known that I don't put my name anywhere near a company that I don't believe in what they're selling. In fact, I don't want to pat myself on the back here or give myself a participation trophy, but I'm gonna. I've become, like, the guy to endorse your product, because if I endorse it, that means it's pretty much a good product, because I just will not go anywhere near something I think is dog shit, and I am extremely, extremely picky about what I use because I'm building customer motorcycles where people are going to go over 200 miles an hour. Very, very high chance of death. I'm not building a motorcycle with your garbage components because it's going to make me a little bit of money. I'm going to make my money through building a good motorcycle. So I just won't sell shit. But even though in this particular space, there's a good chance none of this sim equipment's ever going to kill you, I still carry that same, like, I'm not going to endorse a product that I think is garbage. Although I'll be honest with you, I think there's probably a lot less garbage in general in sim racing than there is in motorcycle aftermarket parts. So far, I really haven't seen, like, a company in general in the sim space that I think is, like, just making junk across the board. There's definitely products that are like, meh, it's a bit of a miss, but, that being said, though, I have not personally used anything from Simagic where I went, that kind of sucks. Like right now, I think that because I've used the GT Neo so much, and I experienced this before I experienced the FX Pro, that it shows me all the shortcomings of the FX Pro that are likely going to be fixed in the Zeus wheel. But like what I was talking about was this right here. This being open like this is closed off on the Zeus, which that extra strength, like if you notice, not much, but there is definitely some flex in that handle. When you're pairing that with 28 Newton meters, I feel like, I don't think it'll ever happen, but I feel like with enough time, I could over time wear out the carbon a little bit on this and be in a bad situation where I could crack this wheel. Now, that might be completely wrong. But either way, I'm not going to have that worry when the Zeus wheel comes out and there's no open-ended handles on it. Conspit need to get on top of their QC first. I have seen some things on Conspit about that yet. Only get some spectating going on here, so. Quality's great too. I do not have any interest in touchscreen wheels, physical buttons for the win. You would probably like this then. This is my drift setup for the future of drifting. I'm hoping Forza Horizon 6 has a good drift game going on, because that's where I want to do all my drifting. Touchscreen while driving is wild. I have trouble texting as it is. See the killer Conspit F1 style wheel that comes with its own display case and a pair of racing gloves. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a lot of money in this shit, and it's getting competitive. Yep, bought it because of... Yep. Support your cables by installing a metal brace so the cables don't have weight on them. That's a good idea. I recommend that. Seeing if all of the bases are like what Limberto's is, because I've never had a Fanatec base personally. If they're all like that, absolutely figure something out to support them, because that will break over time. There's no way. Any little pressure and movement on an RJ45 connector that's only supported by the metal prongs, that's on borrowed time. Brand new, that's on borrowed time. Well, way to make him faster than he already was. Is what it is, boys. Is what it is, boys. It's funny, watch the FPS counter in the top left. If I click on my second monitor, it disables frame gen. And 144 FPS is my cap, because that's what my refresh rate is. But when I click on the screen, watch the FPS counter. It turns frame gen back on. Frame gen only works when it's the cover of, or the upfront program. It will not work in the background, is my point. But the only reason I even have frame gen on right now is because I'm streaming. Or like, because I will get, believe it or not, this game quite frequently at max settings sits on the actual in-game frame rate limiter of 180. But when I'm streaming, it tanks my frame rate. But by tanked, I mean most of the time I sit on the cap and then it dips at times. But I still run frame gen because I want all 144 of my refresh rate frames. Built the brace initially to prevent my kids from brushing up against them and breaking them, but works great for taking weight off the cables too. Yeah, for sure. For sure. That's it's called preventative maintenance. Seeing a problem and fixing it before, or seeing a potential problem and rectifying it before it becomes a real problem. Hopefully, with Corsair now owning Fanatec, a lot of their problematic sides of things get cleaned up, and Fanatec kind of rises from the ashes a bit. Because right now, Fanatec is not the company to buy with. Their stuff is still good, but when you like look at pricing, when you look at what you're getting, they're one of the lower tier products to buy, in my opinion. Oh no, Limberto! You know what happened, right? Your Fanatec hardware heard me talking shit and spun you out. Their new stuff is real. Like, their pedals, I have never used them. I hope to get an opportunity to use them at some point. But their new podium pedals, man, they belong in a glass case. Those things look beautiful. I don't think any of Fanatec's stuff is not nice. I think there are some poor decisions that lead to failed products, like QC issues, and then their customer service was pretty dog shit. But Corsair now owns them, so hopefully that cleans up that side of things. They got some badass wheels. They have some of the best wheels in the industry. Oh, sorry, someone mentioned the Porsche wheel earlier. I saw that comment, but who was it? PC for racing, PS5 for single-player gaming. I do single-player on both. Typically, if it depends on sometimes games come out in a better state for a PS5 than they do computer, and that's usually when I get them for PS5. But for the most part, I will always try and get something on PC first. But unless it comes to PS5 as an exclusive, then I always get it on PS5 first. Oh, yeah, here we go. Mr. PC. Their Moza new touchscreen Porsche wheel looks so killer. Looking forward to the reviews on that one. That's where this QRA comes in. I'm using this all wrong, by the way. This is meant to adapt with USB pass-through. Really cool piece of kit right here, because they have the regular one, which just bolts a wheel to it like this. This is the one for, like, if I wanted to put, like, one of the Moza Formula wheels on it or something like that. You swap out the adapter with this one, and because it has the built-in USB that goes to the wheel, through the base, it'll have USB pass-through for, like, SimHub and shit. I'm telling you, man, the sim tech is, like, advancing at a disgustingly fast rate. And it's really, really cool. I'm much more of a nerd about, like, the hardware than I am the actual games themselves. Umberto better get a load 37. He's way off the pace. Got a second and a half to go to achieve that. Here we go, right here. What's he going to get? Oh, no. Got over a second to go. Lamberto, no pressure or anything. I mean, I'm so fast. I did zeros. Look at that. I went back in time. Wonder, oh, it should be released now. Race Room's grid talk. Oh, wow. How's that for timing? Sorry, Lamberto. This is a big one right here, boys. I will be watching this after the stream. This is essentially the TED Talk about what's coming to Race Room in the next update. New car, new track, which I suspect is Spa. The new version of Spa, because they took Spa out of the game. I think they either lost the license to it or something, but...
Good to see you, and good to see also Chris Wackerbauer, Director Sales and Strategy at Race Room.
Damn.
Nice to be here. Nice to see you again.
How are you?
I'm fine, and I'm a little bit excited.
Because we want to take you through the news, the latest updates that are coming with the next patch.
In short, yes, Slick.
Coming up.
Yeah, we will bring 3 new cars, brand new cars. We will bring 3 tracks, and we have bigger updates in the game. And we have some news about DTM Esports.
I think everyone is really excited to hear what's going to happen during the next couple of months, and also we have a big glimpse what's going to happen with the DTM Esports Championship. This is quite different as you have seen it during the last years. So yeah, let's start.
What are we getting? Oh, here we're getting this the Alpine or Alpine, whatever. Oh, we're getting a Mini Cooper. I'm in for the Mini Cooper. You got me with the Mini Cooper. I actually want Straightforward to give us a Mini Cooper to rival the MX-5. I'm way more of a Cooper fan than I am an MX-5 guy. I've been pushing for early access. We'll see if we get one, but new car, LRT. Oh shoot, dude, I'm sorry. Over here, got guys waiting for me. I'll watch that in a sec. Now I'm hoping for an early access. Yeah. That would be, in my opinion, it's only going to help the game. There's no better hype than letting people play the game early. I mean, they did that for the initial release. And it, what is... Well, I mean, not bad. We've been playing for a while, and that was the... Forgot! Force feedback! It always surprises me in the turn one of every first race. Or first lap, I mean. But yeah, they did early access initially with the first one, and it was pretty bad because the game was rough. But in my opinion... Someone wasn't ready for it. Whoa, whoa. Oh boy. I don't know Kielami. It just passed me. I don't know Kielami at all without the line. Admittedly, I need to turn the line on if I really want to push any level of pace on this track. Yeah, I think Kunos is messing up with their decisions with Evo because they're allowing other sims to really capitalize on some of their ideas and stuff. And like, I got no dog in the fight. I want them all to do good. I want Kunos to kick ass with Evo, but I can't get behind Evo right now. There's like 2 cars in the game that I like. And there are cars that no one's going to use. The F2004 F1 car is amazing. The Dallara EXP, which came out with the 0.5 update, incredible car to drive. In my opinion, everything else is boring. That's not good. And the game itself doesn't bring anything that hasn't been already done. You were bringing that with career mode and like a real flushed out single player, and you decided to scrap the only thing that no sim has besides GT7 and Forza. So like, where's your headspace at? All right, I'm just gonna let you guys pass. I can't. I agree with that, Slick. ACC should, in my opinion, they should have a very small amount of devs continuing to support that game. Even if it's just like refresh content, you know, it doesn't have to be like very small bug fix, because there's still bugs in ACC. There are bugs that have been there since I played ACC that are still there and they're never going to go away, obviously. You should have at least a couple guys support the game indefinitely. Maintenance, bug fixes, small content, mainly events. You really don't need content. just events, reasons to play the game, you know? Like, sort of like how this had the Spark, even though it failed, they had the Spark Challenge. Things like that. ACC would be the perfect game to do things like that right now. Because there's no other reason to play it. The game is flushed out, it's polished. Yes, there are bugs, but it's still polished enough to where you can hold events, give people a reason to play the game. That's more than just like private league-styled stuff. But they just stopped. And like, to me, that's crazy. That's what the biggest thing that worries me about so many video games. It's like I was saying earlier when Jester was in here talking about Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders looks like a fantastic game to play. But I have to approach that like, how much time am I going to put into Arc Raiders? Because I will get sucked into it, and that's all I'm going to want to play. And where is that game going to be in 10 years? I can almost guarantee that in 10 years, Arc Raiders doesn't exist anymore. Unless it... I could be wrong. There have been plenty of games that have withstood the test of time. But there have been far more games that have come and gone. Look at Battlefield 6. That's a massive franchise. And they knocked it out of the park with 6. And it's already dying. It's unfortunately still numbers on a spreadsheet. So, the good thing about sim racing, that makes it, in my opinion, a little bit more special than like your typical AAA gaming, is all of these studios are essentially indie studios. They're all small. Even Kunos, as big as Kunos is very small by comparison to like the massive studios that make AAA games. But, my experience, indie devs make the best games. Look at, now mind you, this isn't everybody's type of game, but Clair Obscur Expedition 33. If you gave that game a chance, that game was amazing. Like, holy shit, what a story, what an experience, what an art direction. I'm so happy it won a shit ton of awards, because it deserved it, 100%. In 10 years from now, people are going to know that that game exists, and still exists. Arc Raiders is not going to be... I don't see it anyway, I could be wrong. I don't see Arc Raiders still being a game that's played in 10 years. Clair Obscur, made by a company most people have never heard of before, came out of nowhere, delivered a Game of the Year as an indie dev. Indie devs make the best games, period. As much as, like, you have to question, did they make the right decision, straightforward, to go with Giants? Their other option was EA. If they wanted to stick with the Madness engine, which is what they already knew, they would have been literally owned and controlled by EA. I can already tell you, even if they had a better starting point by using an engine they're more familiar with, I think they're in far better hands with Giants than EA. EA is the definition of capitalist greed. Numbers on a spreadsheet, no soul. So at times it might be like, man, they should have probably stuck with what they knew. The game would have been better on day one, in my opinion, but at the end of a year's cycle, I guarantee you, the game would be 100% be dead at the end of the year. And they'd be looking at, EA would push them into doing a Project Motor Racing 2 or something along those lines. Guarantee it. So I do think that the biggest issue with Giants at the moment is inexperience. They have a monopoly, because they're the only ones, in Farm Sim. Which also helps them because they have 100% of the income, right? But they're trying to get outside the norms, which means they give a shit. They want it to succeed. EA doesn't give a shit about anything. EA just wants to make money. They don't care about how they do it. They just want to make money. They make decisions purely based on money. They'll fire everybody, regardless of how a game does. It doesn't matter. Battlefield devs are already getting fired and laid off. They knocked it out of the park, at least from that standard. I admittedly didn't really do a whole lot of Battlefield. I played it. It was refreshing to get away from Call of Duty, but neither real of those games is my sort of I'm a PUBG guy. That was my version of a shooter. Slow-paced, no ADHD brain, just slow-paced, one hell of a shooter. Took a lot of effort to know how to shoot in that game. But that was also an indie dev game. That was a lot of ranting. I will say, the ranting got me through the pain. I'll say that. Let me read some of these comments now. Racer is going places these days. Great movie. Yep, I read that one. Yep, read that. But it doesn't matter where it is in 10 years. You play what's fun and exciting in the current. I mean, I agree. But at the same time, I look at everything from a time standpoint. Like, I hate investing a bunch of time into something that a year later, it's like, why did I do all that? It might have been fun for a little bit because, like, at the end of the day, a game like Arc Raiders is fun, but a lot of it is grind. Which, unless you really, 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 really enjoy that, like, platinum trophy on console and shit, and you're all about the completionist brain and the grind, you're really just wasting a bunch of time. That's one thing I do like about iRacing, despite it being a awful economy. It ain't going anywhere. I know anytime I put into iRacing is time I'm always going to get back. Because, yeah, I'm building a skill set in that game that is only good for that game. And because it's not making you better at other sims. I can pretty much just... You might understand, like, learn some tracks better. Like, the fundamentals of the tracks. But the driving itself, you are not getting better at, say, PMR because you're good at iRacing. You know? And vice versa. You have to learn the sims individually. The only thing you're getting, like I said, is the tracks. We did Spa. Daytona. Do a quick Monza run. We'll lower this to 5 minutes. Bang these out quick. I got a couple more in me. Getting off in about 45 minutes. I might get a lot of disagreement on this, but, like, I think there's a lot of games that are not a waste of time. Like, a game that's supported doesn't feel like a waste of time, right? Like, or a game that at least sticks around in terms of, like, how can I play this game? Like, for example, I have an N64 and a Dreamcast still, with a bunch of games for each. At any point, I can fire those things back up and have the same fun that I had when I played them 20 to 30 years ago. Arc Raiders is a game that you're going to put a bolt... Again, this is not me hating on Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders looks like a phenomenal game to play right now. Well, my point is that when I say I look at it from a standpoint of time, I'm going to put all of these countless hours into this game, and then let's just hypothetically say the tides shift a little bit, and the next new thing comes in, and a lot of people shift over to that. Well, in 10 years from now, or 20 years from now, when I want to boot up Arc Raiders, the same way I'd boot up Super Mario Brothers, or Super Smash Bros, or Mario Kart, or any of those things, what can I do in Arc Raiders without a multiplayer audience? How much of Arc Raiders is still there for me to play? And that's unfortunately where a lot of video games in the modern day are going. They don't have a reason to exist past their prime, which sucks. But that's why, like, AMS2, I think, is such an important game to have in the sim racing space. That game could completely go offline from an online standpoint. And there's still a bunch you can do in it. Especially if they implement a career mode. If this game gets hashed out and becomes great, and then they give you a solid career mode, tons of reason to play this game past its prime. Sorry, I gotta go back to this, though. I care more about this than, Alright, so, New Alpine, or Alpine, however you say it. Yeah! It's Spa. I figured it was going to be Spa. New track. So we got 2 new tracks. All right. All right. March 24th. You son of a bitch. That's pronounced.
So quite a lot of things that are coming up in the next months, and we're excited to share the latest informations with you.
So 2 cars, 2
Especially,
tracks.
There is a brand new topic we have in Race Room right now. If you've been to the racetracks with the DTM over the last couple of years, you've seen some quite intense racing also in a really nice little series that is called the Next Gen Cup. So these are pretty nice small cars with electric engines inside, and now they're available in Race Room.
Yeah, we did work for a year on that topic now, together with Frederick Lestrup from Next Gen. And yeah, we did a lot about it, and there are really 2 new things we should mention. First of all, it's the first car we developed with physics-based renderings. That means the car is optimized from the exterior part and the interior part to the new way we will reproduce cars in the future. And the next thing is, and that we know that the community is waiting for years about that, it's the first car with an original dashboard.
So these are quite big changes. We want to talk about the technical issues.
I want to drive
later,
this Mini
but
Cooper
now we
so
wanna
bad.
have a look at the Next Gen Cup, especially within Race Room, and we want to talk to Frederick Lestrup. He's the
Like, if you guys
inventor
want to talk about
and
cars that
also
I want
one
to
of
drive
the
that are not
biggest
super fast
developers
cars,
within this project.
Coopers.
So let's say hi
Mini
to Frederick
Coopers.
Lestrup.
Freddie, good to see you again. You know we
That's
have
exciting.
these
I'm more excited that there's a
racing
Mini Cooper
cars
now
also in
than Spa.
Race Room. Tell us something. How was the idea born to take the cars from the real world into the sim racing world?
I mean, hi everyone. I mean, we want to race.
This is one of my top 3 games right here, guys, so this is exciting news for me. This, PMR, and AMS2, whenever they launch an update, I'm in. I'm all in.
As many as possible try our product. And of course, we want to go online and want to join a strong and suitable platform. So it's always been in our mind, and together with Race Room and the people, we are now managing to make it happen. So I'm really proud, as obviously the founder of the championship and also a previous race driver. So finally, I know.
I'm curious how
what
the
I will
car's
do
going to
now
drive
in the
now, based
evenings
off what they're
at home
saying.
when the kids are sleeping.
That sounds great, and you can now race with the Next Gen Cup cars. These are quite amazing cars. Tell us something about the development to put these cars into a sim racing software.
I mean, we have quite a special car. I guess it's electric, which makes it unique in its way.
Electric,
but
huh?
obviously an electric motor instead on the platform is not so.
No problem, Legolas. You
But then we
getting
have
off?
all these other functions. We push to pass. We do not have any gears, for example, so there's just a throttle and a brake. And
Interesting.
I mean, it's taken some time to implement it on the platform. Obviously, we start with all the CAD drawings and designs to make it look like the real car. Where I must say, Race Room has done an amazing job.
I'll be very interested.
We
This is
have
an
quite a
electric
few
car.
liveries, and
I'll be
we
very
try
interested
be
to
in the
see if
details
it's
also there, and they've managed to accommodate
how they
that very
handle an
well.
electric car
But,
compared to,
I mean,
like,
from
say,
a driving
GT7.
perspective,
The
we wanted
GT7.
the car to be as accurate as possible to the real car. So
All right, let's pause this and get to the race. Oh, wait. Yep. Okay. We'll come back to that in a sec. No problem, Legolas. Thanks for playing, buddy. All right. I think we're going to do this race, and then we're going to do, we're going to finish strong with Nords. We're going to do 2 laps on Nords with this force feedback. I don't know how many of you are religious, but if you are, please pray for me. All right. Here we go. I'm learning nothing today, by the way. I am making zero, in fact, negative progress. Because I'm sure deep down in my core, parts of me is somewhat getting used to this level of resistance, which is going to make me in turn worse when I jump back to a normal level of force feedback. Things I do to try and be entertaining. At least I'm getting a shoulder workout in. Why? 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 Sit back and be patient. Sit back and be patient. Alright, let's do some chasing now. This is gonna burn up the left shoulder pretty bad. Oh, come on. Why? Can't get out of it. Well, that's over. That all feels really pointless. Roll racing. I need to get out of that. I lost my ambition once I lost it there. I gotta save my strength for Nords.
Our test driver and myself, who did most of the development when we built the physical car, have also been involved now in testing the car, adjusting, you know, all these small things with brake balance and the setup and the tires, to make it as accurate as possible. And we've utilized, you know, our experience as a race team and engineers to really go into detail. And I think the final product is, you know, it's as close as we can come. It's quite amazing. In reality, it's just, I think, a tenth or two difference.
Also, folks, we'll be doing more lobbies tonight.
We've
so
come
you know.
really, really close, and I think our engineer also has, you know, pushed quite hard and giving the people at Race Room a bit of work to do. But in the end, the product has come out really, really good.
I heard that you also had the possibility to test the cars on a track, which is also in Race Room.
Exactly. I mean, it's good. You mean testing the actual
yeah,
Mini? You mean?
The comparison of both
Yeah,
words.
of course. yeah. I mean, I've driven the test car when we developed the car. I've driven the real race cars that we've built, and also now on the platform. So to have both, for both me and our test driver and engineer, is valuable experience and data to compare real life to the online world. And it's exciting to see how the same changes we do in real life also applies in the sim racing world. So this makes it very, very exciting, and it gives us the opportunity to fine-tune every little detail as well.
And you already mentioned the tires, and I know that you put a lot of attention to this part. And what I heard is that it also has now a big impact on the whole race room simulation. So how important are the tires? I know it's the connection between the driver, the car, and the track. So is this something you enjoyed also very much, to put this into a new perspective?
Of course. I mean, normally in a race car on high level, you're using a slick tire when it's dry, and you have a rain tire when it's wet. And they have specific characteristics, and all of them are losing performance over the kilometers when you drive. But we are using a semi-slick tire from Hankook, so the Hankook Ventus TD, and it obviously has grooves, so it's not a slick
What happened here? What?
tire. We use the same
That's
tire
weird.
in the wet and in the dry, but we do not really have a big performance loss, not even over X amount of sessions that we do in real life. So it was important for us to have this implemented into the platform, and also the drivers in our real championship are allowed to do certain changes to the tire pressure. And here it was important for us because they can influence the behavior quite a lot. not the tire wear, but the behavior of the car. So this is something we really went into detail to make sure that the changes are doing the correct thing also in the simulation.
So now with the car, we have this great simulation with race room. Will there be any, I don't know, leaderboards, championships coming up? Because I guess the community is pretty into stuff like that.
Of course, now we have to activate the product. So this is part of the game, and this is what we want to do. So of course there will be leaderboards. We will also arrange a few races. So everything will obviously be published online on respective social media channels and so on. So for anyone who is interested obviously in testing the product and joining these races, make sure to follow, and there will be a lot of opportunities.
That sounds great, and I already heard from the developers also here at Race Room. They said the cars are amazing and a lot of fun to drive. So we're looking forward to see you. Thank you very much, Fredrik Lestrup, and see you soon.
Thank you very much.
That sounds really great, and I guess everyone is waiting to drive these crazy cars because
That sounds
they're
like
a lot
Arnold.
of fun to drive, aren't they?
Yes, we tested a lot, of course, and also Luca Kita, our esports manager, was driving a lot, and he said these cars are really fun to drive, especially on the shorter tracks. The technical parts, the car is really agile.
Do we want to
so
listen to
it
this in
makes
the
a lot of
background,
fun
or just want to
drive.
listen to cars?
These are not the only cars we want to see in the next updates.
That's true. So the next cars we will bring, let's start with the Alpine 110 Cup car. So it's an easy to drive car, less aerodynamic grip. It's really an interesting car. And you know, cups are always great because everyone has to
Have a go,
drive
Mr.
the same
PC.
car,
Thanks for joining.
And it's all about
And I
racing.
will.
So, and all about driving skills, not about the car, no BOP topics. So we are looking really forward to this car. I think it looks beautiful. And I think that's also good news for the community. The car will be for free. So we will add this car to the free content pack.
Nice.
To give it more value. And this is also the strategy of this year. It will
It's also
not
an
be the only
undesirable car,
that
so-
will be added to the free content pack.
But that's not the only car from Alpine. There will be also the GT4 car coming up.
Yes, and that's not for free. The GT4 will be added to the GT4 class. This car has a little bit more horsepower, has more aerodynamic parts, so it's a little bit, I would say, more about hard racing. And of course, this is also a new car, and it looks great, and we are really looking forward to. We've been in a close exchange with Alpine, and we cannot say too much about it, but there are some plans that we will use the car for official esports topics, but this will be announced later.
Well, it's not just about the cars, it's also about tracks. We have great information to share with you about what's coming up here. We have 3 new tracks that we're highly looking forward to see within Race Room. One is coming
Have
back.
a good one,
and
AJ.
2 new ones.
We'll be on tonight.
Yes, the comebacker is Spa. We had to took it
Comeback
off
is Spa.
1.5 years ago, I think, because due to some license issues, so the contract expired, and we had to renew the contract, and we made it. And then we started rebuilding the track from the scratch. So the track is brand new. We implemented all the updates done in real life. So this will come in a really fresh shape. If we have some luck, we are faster than the real track because we will implement the new race tower. So we got the 3D sketches, and I'm quite sure that we get it done, and then we have Spa ready before the real Spa track is ready, and this is really funny.
The Eau Rouge is back.
Yes, finally.
Nice.
finally.
I'm excited.
And 2 new tracks.
What are the 2 new
one
tracks?
We already did with the DTM, the Adria Raceway. It's quite a long
What's
time
the new
ago,
track?
honestly. And Vallelunga.
Yeah.
Vallelunga.
Adria, the DTM was racing there 2000.
I don't know that track, so I'm going to have to look it up. Anyway, let's get to racing. I'm excited for Race Room, boys. Race Room's in my top 3 with PMR and AMS2, so... Oh dear, pray for me. All right. Nordschleife, Simagic Alpha Evo Ultra, 28 Newton meters, Project Motor Racing. Absolutely maxed out on force feedback. Let's try not to die. That's a... Helps to have the wheel facing the right direction. Oh, whoa! We're good. The green hell, more like Simagic hell. Holy... I'm in danger. Excuse me, Skechers. Oh, we'll be racing tonight. Holy mother of God. Please don't crash. Ugh. Oh, just to think I got 2 laps of this. Holy. First carousel. Jesus. This is killing me. Oh, I can't wait to get to that straightaway. I'm so out of sync. All right, we're just about halfway there. Never again. This is an awful challenge. Oh. The car is quite literally driving me right now. I'm so hyper-focused on trying to just control the wheel. There's no line that I'm following, no braking zone that I'm following. It's just get there. I'm getting lightheaded. I'm not even kidding. I might pass out on stream. Have to do the challenge in all sims? We're good. It's a one-time thing. I have the base. I might as well use the technology. Ah! Probably. I'll check when I'm over. When the race is over. If the wheelbase is hot or not. I imagine it's not any hotter than the Evo Pro, though, at 18 Newton meters. Which, admittedly, didn't get very hot. Warm to the touch, but not hot. This base at 18 Newton meters, it's barely ambient temperature. I'm gonna break the FX Pro or my arms, I think, before this base taps out. I need to get some air. There we go. Oh. I will say it's nice not having any, like, relative or session info or nothing. Just drive the road with no information. I think this is going to be probably one of my newer ways to actually do some racing. It's more fun this way. Less focused on where everybody is. And it looks cleaner for sure. Oh God, don't die. No, don't die. Don't die. That's not where to go. Ah, terrible. I think Eagles is right behind me trying to get in front. He's going to have to battle me. Because I'm not giving it up. It's so hard to push the pace that I know I can push because it requires more focus, and I don't have the focus. I'm just trying to turn the damn wheel. Whoa, we got some air. That was cool. Nice little pause of silence. I liked it. Dude, I'm so burned out. Oh, that is a much needed rest right there. Nice race. Yeah, I'm like 5-6 seconds off my my pace. Just trying to get this car around the track. Oh. Holy moly. Salute. Done. Yes, sir, Lamberto. I'll be racing tonight. After some much needed icing of my shoulders and chest and back and brain, I'm soaked. I am drenched right now. Holy shit. Oh. That's a video. Recorded all that. Hopefully. Oh, there's nothing realistic about everything I just experienced. Nothing about that was realistic. I don't think it was meant to be realistic. I think it's Just the way I have it intentionally configured. The point of a lot of force feedback is overshoot and detail inside the range. I'm just cranking it up for the sake of a little challenge. All right, guys, I'm done. You know what's funny? The bass is hot and the fan's cranking in it right now. So there's a fan in these things. It's pretty hot. Doesn't burn my hand, but it's hot. That's funny. That is funny. Oh. Do not suggest doing what I just did. I would go more than that, honestly. I say it's a sweet spot for like racing and enjoyment, but there's definitely some like F1 cars need more than that. That was where like when I was driving a lot of F1 stuff, that's where my Logitech bass ran out of steam with 11 Newton meters. It would clip a lot. Oh, man. Yeah, when I run this bass at normal settings, 18, this thing doesn't leave room temperature. But that was 15 minutes of 28 Newton meters and on Nordschleife, beating the brakes off of me. I wish you guys got to feel that. Not because of, like, it's desirable, because of how ridiculous it was. Absolutely ridiculous. I'm in pain right now. Like, I'm hurting. I'm genuinely in pain. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know why anybody... Like, you don't need what I just experienced. Nothing about what I just did resembled realism, resembled fun. It was pure, torturesome workout. I'm glad I did it, though. Glad I did that. That feels like I accomplished my goal. Running every race today. 28 Newton meters. The whole time. Not, like, reduced. And having overshoot of 28. No, I mean, like, I parked it. I parked it up there. Let's rectify the situation right now. Turn it back down to my norm here. Turn it back down to my 18. Right there. There we go. My daily is 18. I run this at 18 Newton meters. And then I turn it down and I adjust it in game. It's maxed out in the game too. Which is, I don't know. So I take 10 Newton meters out of the actual base. And then I take, if I had to guess, I'm running it around 12, 13 Newton meters in game total. And then with the exception of like crashing, and then it overshoots much higher than that. But yeah. Yeah. Maybe 14 in game. But for the most part, I can drive 18 fine with 100% in game. It's definitely more of a challenge than it needs to be. You don't need to do that. I don't recommend it, but I can do it. That was too much. But all right, I need to go eat some lunch. I need to put some calories back in my system because I might pass out soon. That was wild. I'm like lightheaded from that shit. Ooh-wee. All right, boys. That's going to do it for now. I'll be back on. I don't know what time I'm going to go on tonight. I might go on earlier. I'm undecided on that yet. So I know Jester's not streaming today, so I might jump on a little earlier. So that way you guys have some lobbies to use. But either way, my lobbies are going to be parked at 10 people. So you're obviously more than welcome to be here and watch and participate. But the lobbies can really only go to 10 people or so because they're just not stable yet. So hopefully when 2.0 shows up, boys. But anyway, folks, thank you for the likes. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tolerating me. Thanks for the new subs. And hopefully we hit that 26,000 mark real soon. And I'll see you tonight for more, hopefully, lower Newton meter racing. All right, boys. Y'all take care.